Yo, 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 you see what's going on? We got a lot of fight news to discuss today. It's a few things we're going to go through. First, we're going to start off with Gervonta Davis and Shakur Stevenson fight coming up. And we got Oscar De La Hoya did an interview with Shannon Sharp. So, you know, I mess with Shannon Sharp, so I could listen to him. And he knows about football, but about boxing, I haven't really been able to stamp him yet, really, whether or not he truly knows what he's talking about. But let's see what we got here today. Should be a nice little treat to start off with.
Said is very skillful. He's a beast. He knows how to figure you out. But one thing about Tank, which I love, and this is why he's going to be great, because he fights.
There's one thing about Tank.
He won't go down easy.
He's slow 4 or 5 rounds,
Sure.
but once he
turns it up, oh man, it's beautiful.
he relentless.
It's beautiful.
He's relentless.
I don't know. Shakur has really good defense, man. You know what I'm saying? And that kind of sets him apart from a lot of guys. You know what I'm saying? So that's that call I can't really make. You know what I'm saying? I think they're both like great in their own rights.
But I can't say I'm happy to see Tank putting a foot forward, at least get back in the ring. You know what I mean? I feel like he got more work to do. It's a lot more work out there.
Shannon Sharp and Oscar De La Hoya praised Tank's dominance. De La Hoya believed Shakur looked drained and had little chance.
I felt so bad because he was up.
Yeah.
He was a dead man. He reminded me of me when I fought Pacquiao. Okay. And then when the next day you can weigh a certain amount.
Probably couldn't get over 140.
There's no chance he's going to win against Tank, who's a beast. Mm-hmm. It's no chance.
Shakur might have beaten Tank without the rehydration clause, but De La Hoya wasn't sure. He called Tank skillful and dangerous and said Davis's fearless style made him a star.
If he doesn't have the rehydration clause, I don't know. I just do not know, because Tank, like I said, is very skillful. He's a beast. He knows how to figure you out. But one thing about Tank, which I love, and this is why he's going to be great, because he fights. Mm-hmm. And when you fight, you're going to get hit. And when you fight, you're going to get hit and you might get knocked out. But that's the beauty about Tank.
That's why he
fights, and that's why they love him. That's a perfect example. Right. Tank Davis is a star.
De La Hoya wanted to see the fight at 147, but admitted it was too much weight for Tank. Still, he added it would be competitive because Tank had the heart to fight.
At 140, let's just say 140.
I would love to see it at 147.
147.
Yeah.
That's a man.
It's too much for
That's a lot of weight for Tank.
It's too much for Tank. Yeah, it's too much for Tank. But it still would be an incredible competitive fight because Tank, he has the dog in him.
Oh yeah.
Coach Kenny Ellis, however, dismissed the debate, noting that fans would always be divided between Gervonta Davis and Shakur Stevenson. He emphasized that it's just part of boxing. If the fight happens, it happens. If not, the discussion continues.
All day, you're going to have Gervonta fans and you have Shakur fans. That's the sport.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Don't let it stress you out. This shit is crazy. If they fight, they fight. If they don't, well, they don't, you know?
Shakur Stevenson declared he is prepared to take on Gervonta Davis, insisting that any questions should be answered in the ring. He called on Davis to sign the contract and face him under the spotlight for millions to watch.
If any fighter have an issue with me, because I feel like Tio was jealous of me. Mm-hmm. I told him this several times. Any fighter have any issue with me,
let's do it.
Sign the contract, turn the lights on bright, let millions come around the seats to see what's happening, and pull up on me.
Gervonta Davis is also preparing with intense focus, honing explosive power and precision. He drills mitts and hits the heavy bag for hours, perfecting speed, timing, and accuracy for the fight. Ade Olapido emphasized that the fight between Shakur Stevenson and Tank Davis has to happen at 135 pounds. He explained that Shakur moved up to 140 because he couldn't secure the fights he wanted at 135. According to Olapido, the matchup everyone truly wants is Shakur versus Tank, bigger than Shakur versus Teofimo or any fight involving Devin Haney. He added that for American boxing and the culture, this is the showdown fans have been waiting for 3 to 4 years.
Shakur Stevenson versus Tank Davis has to happen at 135. Like Shakur going to 140, for me, is almost because he can't get the fights he wants at 135. The fight he wants is Tank Davis. He wants to fight Tank. And I'm telling you now, for American boxing, there might not be anything bigger. Shakur versus Tank is mad. Like Shakur versus Tio is good. But for the culture, Shakur versus Tank is the fight everyone wants to see. It's the fight we wanted to see for a long time now. I'd say about 3 or 4 years. Not Shakur versus Devin or Tank versus Devin or no, Shakur versus Tank is what everyone wants to see.
A boxing analyst noted that Tank normally knocks opponents out and always gets paid because of his devastating power. But facing Shakur Stevenson, he warned, would be different, like Deontay Wilder against Tyson Fury. He explained that when Tank meets someone he can't knock out, all that power only turns into frustration in the ring.
Tank knocked us out. Tank gonna always get paid anytime he feel like fighting because he got that knockout ratio. But when he come across Shakur Stevenson, I'm gonna say it here on the front page, and Tank, I love you, brother, and still would love to talk to you.
100.
But when you get in there with Shakur, it's gonna remind me of Deontay Wilder fighting Tyson Fury.
Ooh.
Because what you gonna do when you come across a you can't knock out? Only thing you gonna do is just get more frustrated.
That's a terrible analogy.
Justin Palmieri noted that if the fight happens, it would feature the two best in the division going at it. He acknowledged Shakur looked impressive stepping in on short notice against Padley, but noted the circumstances favored Shakur. Palmieri praised Shakur's heart and competitiveness, but admitted he didn't expect the fight to actually happen. If it did, he predicted a late stoppage victory for Tank, giving him the edge, while recognizing the matchup would be competitive until the finish.
We're going to see that. It's the two best in that division going at it. But I still think Tank edges him out. I think Shakur looked great against Padley coming in on late notice, but it was Padley. You know what I'm saying? The dude was on a roof 2 hours before he stepped in the ring. You know what I'm saying? So, all respect to the world.
But hey,
yo, he got heart though. I love it. I love to see that, man. But yeah, I want to see. I want to see the fight happen. Do I think it's ever gonna happen? I really don't. If I'm being honest, I don't think it's gonna happen. But if it did, give me Tank late stoppage.
Yeah,
late stoppage only because Shakur's gonna have to bang with him towards the end. I think he's gonna.
Is it competitive until the stoppage?
Oh, absolutely. It's the two best in the world. You know. But I'm just giving that edge to Shakur. Not Shakur, excuse me. I'm giving the edge to Tank over Shakur.
David Benavidez expressed excitement about a potential showdown between Gervonta Davis and Shakur Stevenson, calling the 135 to 140 pound division hot right now. He noted that such a fight would be highly anticipated and by no means easy, highlighting how Shakur had recently dominated a top fighter like Teofimo. Benavidez also praised Stevenson for becoming a 4-division champion, noting his legendary status, Hall of Fame trajectory, and young age. The ex-post summed it up. The fight fans most want to see is Tank versus Shakur.
It seems like obviously Shakur Tio was the hot fight that just happened, and Shakur, hot fighter with his dominant win. Give me the one fight you would love to see two guys right now who are in their prime.
Off of that victory this weekend, I would love to see Shakur and Gervonta. You know, I think Gervonta and anybody in any of the top guys at that weight class is a great fight. Gervonta, Shakur, Gervonta Tio, Gervonta Keyshawn. I mean, that 135 to 140 pound weight class is hot right now. You know what I mean? But that would be a great fight. I think probably that would be one of the fights that would be the most anticipated You know, if they can make happen, Gervonta Davis and Shakur Stevenson. By no means it would be easy for either fighter. You know, we just seen that Shakur Stevens was able to shut a great fighter like Teofimo down and made him look silly. So that would be a great fight, you know. And a big shout out to Shakur Stevens becoming a 4-time division champion. You know, he's on legendary status. He's on his way to be a Hall of Famer too, and he's still very young.
Chris Algieri highlighted the clash of styles in the 135-pound division, calling it fascinating. He pointed out that Tank combines offense and destructive power, while Shakur relies on defense, timing, and distance control. Algieri said that contrast is exactly what makes the matchup so compelling and keeps the debate alive. Who truly is the man?
Tank has it all. And it's very interesting because we have a guy who's so good and so offensive and so destructive. And then we have another guy who's so defensive and so hard to hit and such a good judge of distance. It's a very, very interesting weight class, 135, which is exactly why we're talking about it right now. Who's the man?
Terrence Crawford picked Shakur Stevenson over Gervonta Davis, emphasizing that his choice came down to pure boxing skill. While he recognized Tank's talent and power, Crawford insisted that Shakur presents a completely different challenge in the ring.
Brother, you know what I'm saying, Shakur, that's the fight. Everybody want to see that. That's the 50-50, I think, you know what I'm saying? I've been saying 50-50. I told both of them that. That's a toss-up to me. No bias. Don't just say that because it's your man. Who you got winning that?
I got Shakur.
Are you saying that because that's your man and you don't like Tank?
No. Hey, like I said, I respect Tank. Like, boxing, he's one of the ones.
Yeah.
We're gonna take his personality and personal things out of it. But boxing, he's definitely talented.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he's definitely got that it. And yeah, he's definitely respected in boxing. But Shakur is a different fighter.
Terrence Crawford described Shakur as a unique challenge. While some might label him boring or question his power, Crawford emphasized that Tank won't find him easy to hit like other opponents. He also noted that Davis tends to downplay Shakur's accomplishments, turning the narrative more into marketing than the truth.
Shakur is different. You know, people may call him boring. People may say he can't punch. But they say the same thing about Floyd. Because they defensive fighters.
Yeah.
Tank is not going to be able to hit Shakur like he hit everybody else. And he know that. He knows that. That's why he's like, he's boring. He's this, he's that. He's trying to diminish everything that Shakur have done so it's not marketable.
Furthermore, Timothy Bradley pointed out the doubts surrounding Gervonta Davis, questioning the quality of his competition. He also considered what Shakur Stevenson would truly gain from a win, suggesting the payoff might be more about money than boosting his standing in boxing history.
You already know the perception of Tank by many of the boxing pundits and it's the fans of boxing. You know, you already know how they feel about Tank Davis when it comes to, you know, I hear people talk about his resume. I hear people talking about, well, he's only one division champion. He really only won one belt. You know, the guys that he's faced, you know, he hasn't faced a top tier elite fighter, so on and so forth. So with that being said, why even want to entertain a fight with Tank Davis? I mean, how much credit are you going to really get, Shakur, besides the money? Right?
Meanwhile, Gervonta Davis has made his return to training, preparing for his next fight. While his opponent hasn't been announced, Tank is approaching every session with focus and determination, aiming to come back stronger and sharper than ever. Gervonta Davis is back in the gym, fully focused on improving his technique, boosting his stamina, and perfecting the strategy he intends to use in the ring. At the same time, there are talks about Shakur Stevenson possibly fighting Ryan Garcia, creating more excitement around his next move. Ryan is eager to face Shakur, but he also acknowledges the importance of the Haney fight. He explained he wants to move directly from Barrios to Shakur, skipping nothing in between.
We need that Haney fight too, though.
No, I know. That's always going to be there, though. But that's who I want to fight. I want to go from Barrios to Shakur.
Oh, like straight to it.
Yeah.
At what, 47?
44.
Shakur welcomed the matchup, calling it perfect and full of excitement. He added that it would also be a big money fight.
It'll be a lot of excitement to that fight. It's a big money fight. Ryan Garcia is somebody that comes in there.
Shakur Stevenson explained that Ryan Garcia is unpredictable. Sometimes he shows up sharp, other times not. Either way, Shakur believes Garcia wouldn't stand a chance.
You never know which version of him is going to show up. So if the good version of him show up, he gets spanked. If the bad version of him show up, he gets spanked. Either way, he don't stand a chance. Like, he don't stand a chance.
Yeah, look, Shakur,
Sergio Mora described Ryan Garcia as flat-footed, while portraying Shakur as lightning fast and elusive. He explained that Shakur's Olympic-level skills, ability to move through weight classes, and defensive mastery make power alone ineffective against him. He compared Shakur to legends like Floyd Mayweather Jr. and Andre Ward, highlighting his timing, confidence, and momentum, and called him a truly special fighter.
Ryan Garcia is flat-footed. Shakur Stevenson is a cheetah in and out, man. I mean, he's been so successful from the Olympics to moving up in weight divisions. Power's not going to be enough for him. And if you're not going to be a volume puncher, like Ryan Garcia clearly is not a volume puncher, then how are you going to beat Shakur Stevenson? How are you going to be able to compete with that in-and-out southpaw style where he doesn't engage with you? The timing, the confidence, the momentum. Shakur is cut from the cloth of Floyd Mayweather Jr., Andre Ward, and these greats that don't get touched. They don't get hit. The defensive geniuses, Pernell Whitaker. I mean, these are big names, but Shakur's cut from that cloth, and he's special.
Expressing his thoughts on this possible matchup, boxing journalist Sean Zittel noted that Ryan Garcia struggles when his confidence wavers, with recent knockdowns disrupting his rhythm. He explained that over 12 rounds, Shakur's precision and control could exploit that, though Shakur lacks one-punch knockout power. Zittel added that while Ryan enters as the underdog, the contrasting styles could still make the fight surprisingly competitive.
He fights when he's feeling it and he's confident, you know, it's a different animal in there. And they both tamed him in the second round with their knockdowns. And so maybe Shakur over 12 rounds will do, because he's so pinpoint. Look, Devin and Shakur, I'm not saying they can't punch. Devin showed against Brian Norman he can punch. Shakur is one of those guys so sharp, so pinpoint, like Floyd was once he got in higher weight classes. Okay, he may not stop you necessarily, but he's got enough to keep you respectful and not. But that being said, since they don't quite crack like Gervonta and Rolly, I think that's an interesting element of Ryan against both of them. Ryan's a little bit bigger than Shakur. He's very fast. He punches hard. And then we already saw the first time with Devin, you know, it's every time they fought in the amateurs, it was a tough fight both ways. So he's you know, he's the underdog against Shakur, but I think he's a more competitive matchup than Teofimo turned out to be. Styles make fights.
I agree.
And then Devin, I think a lot of people look at the rematch as a 50-50 fight.
Gary Russell Jr. observed that Ryan Garcia has shown little respect for opponents' power, previously underestimating Devin and believing he could hurt him. Russell suggested that the same mindset would likely continue against Shakur, with Ryan not intimidated by Shakur's power. He stressed, however, that the real challenge lies in timing and strategy, noting the fight would hinge on how and when Garcia chooses to launch his attacks.
Devin's pop, his power, none of that. He didn't respect that. Ryan had the ability to hurt him. I believe, just like with you mentioned with Shakur, Ryan won't respect Shakur's power. And he does have the ability to hurt Shakur. The difference is, I think Shakur...
Can he hit him?
He'll that's going to be the issue. How you attack and when you attack. That's going to be the issue. Just like with Andy Hiroka, the same way with my younger brother competing against Andy Hiroka.
Timothy Bradley Jr. also stated that he views a Ryan Garcia versus Shakur Stevenson matchup as heavily one-sided. He argued that neither speed nor power would matter if Garcia couldn't land clean shots, expressing doubt that Garcia could connect effectively. Bradley questioned Garcia's consistency, noting that occasional flashes of brilliance aren't enough, and insisted that until Ryan performs at that level consistently, skepticism will persist.
Everybody keep talking about this Ryan Garcia Shakur Stevenson fight. Boy, I'm here to let you know this shit gonna be easier than the Teofimo Lopez fight. Because it's about skills inside that damn ring. That's what it's about. Ryan can have all the speed in the world. Shakur got speed. He can have all the power in the world. Oh, he can have all the power. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But when he can't land on shit, that shit don't mean nothing. And he ain't gonna land on Shakur. Shit. No, it's not gonna happen. And it's gonna be like taking candy from a damn baby. That's what it's gonna be like. Taking candy from a baby. A lot of upset folks. A lot of people depressed. Yeah, it took this man 10 years to win the championship. One championship, 10 years. Oh, that's y'all king? Okay, let it be y'all king, all right? No doubt. But, hey, you get consistent with your performances, Ryan Garcia, maybe I'll believe in you. Maybe I'll just believe in your ass. But you ain't consistent, my boy. This is a one, well, maybe two off. But, you know, again, that time when you look good, yeah, when you supposedly didn't train, that time, oh, yeah, you look good like that in this fight, for sure. Oh, you did.
Aiden Ross also weighed in on a potential Ryan Garcia versus Shakur Stevenson fight, praising both fighters for their skills. He acknowledged Shakur would enter as the favorite, but noted the matchup would be close. Ultimately, Aiden predicted that Ryan has the tools to come out on top.
Ryan Garcia, dude, shout out to Ryan. You know what, man? That Ryan-Shakur fight's going to be a good one. Chad, if Ryan and Shakur fight in about 6 months to a year, who do you guys think wins? I got to go Ryan on that. I think Shakur will be the favorite, but Shakur's just they're both so fucking good. It also just matters what's in that clause. I think Ryan gets it done.
That wraps up today's video, and hopefully you enjoyed it. Share your thoughts on this fight in the comments below, and don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe for more news and updates.
Live from Los Angeles, this is Inside the Ring, boxing's official show of record. I'm your host, Max Kellerman, and joining me to my right, a former heavyweight contender and world-class trainer, Malik Scott.
What's up, Max?
Yes, round of applause. To my left, in New York, he'd be called a rat, but in LA, he's called an insider. Ring Magazine senior insider, Mike Coppinger. And to Mike's left, a guy who just couldn't bring himself to pull the trigger on a Deontay Wilder bet with former all-decade NFL running back and future NFL Hall of Famer, Shady McCoy.
Bomb Squad!
Thank you,
Let's
Shady.
go!
Thank you for not taking my money. I
You picked the
appreciate it.
wrong one, I told you.
You did tell me.
Bomb Squad!
Coming up on today's show, we will chat with the Gypsy King himself, Tyson Fury, ahead of his return to the ring this upcoming Saturday against Arslan Bek, Makhmudov, and joining us a bit later, Hamza Shiraz, the chief support for the epic Glory in Giza card on May 23rd, live from the pyramids of Egypt. But right now, it is time for the lead hook. This Saturday in London, live on Netflix, former two-time heavyweight champion Tyson Fury returns after yet another retirement and takes on Arslan Bek Makhmudov. Fury is 37 years old. He hasn't fought since his loss to Alexander Usyk in December 2024. Malik, other than winning, what do you need to see from Fury in this fight to believe he can still compete at the top of this division?
Well, unfortunately, Max, Fury don't get I would say the kind of pass that most would get after such inactivity. And the type of opponent he's going against is a big guy, but he's a bit slow. And in my opinion, he's a bit vulnerable for everything that Fury has to offer. Inactive or if he's been fighting a lot. I just think he's tailor-made for everything Fury got to give.
What's crazy about Fury is when he's at his best, he's one of the all-time greats in the division because he's 6'8", 270 pounds, moves like a lightweight, has radar to avoid punches, has a ton of heart getting off the deck in all kinds of situations, coming back to win. But when he's at his worst, he almost lost to Ngannou. Right. It's such a swing with him. What do you think? What are we supposed to expect here?
Yeah, look, like you said, he's been out for a long time. He's getting up in age. He's been in a lot of tough fights, too. I mean, people forget that third fight with Wilder was grueling. I think it took a lot out of him. Now you have his father trying to say that Fury's past it. Look, I expect Fury to still be pretty good, like Malik said. He trains, I think he's training really hard from what I've been hearing in Thailand. He's in good spirits. and he loves these kind of stages. Stadium fight on Netflix.
You know,
and his body looked good too. Fury good. His body looks Fury good.
Yeah,
Like, you know,
Fury good.
type of good. Yeah.
Mike just said something that blew my mind, guys. I had never thought of it like that. You know, because like after the Thriller in Manila, Muhammad Ali still beat some good heavyweights because he's Ali. He was never the same, right? It took. It never dawned on me that he really has been a different fighter since the third Wilder fight. That was an epic, brutal fight, and that could take it out of you. Where are you?
I mean, are we talking about the Gypsy King here? Listen, he's gonna be ready for this fight. I think he wins convincingly. He can box with the best of them at that size. The one thing I love about him is he predicts the fight. When I say predicts it, he controls it. Even the Usyk fight, even the first one, he played around with him. But for a lot of that fight, he was whooping on him.
Yep.
And that's Usyk we talking about. So I think we see the Gypsy King come back to real form, right? Puts a great performance on because he wants everybody to know I'm coming back. And when Tyson Fury comes back, he lets the world know. So I'm expecting my guy to go on and do his thing.
It's a great point about the Usyk fight. And I bring this up all the time, how by the middle of that fight, it was a little embarrassing.
Come on,
how
now.
he was outclassing Usyk.
Yes.
He was playing with him. He was embarrassing him. He had separated himself. But let's take it a step further. The reason Usyk, who's already an all-time great at cruiserweight and who beaten Anthony Joshua twice, right? But the reason, number one reason, we consider him among the greatest pound-for-pound fighters of all time is because he came back and won that fight against Fury. When you're the guy who the other guy proves he's one of the greatest fighters ever against, that says a lot about you.
This may sound crazy to some, but I think Fury's actually underrated all time. I think, you look at his body. And, like Roy Jones always says, right? Y'all must have forgot. I think Fury's going to remind everybody on Saturday. I think Makhmadov is a perfect opponent. The guy just went life and death with Dave Allen, who's undersized heavyweight.
Do y'all got Fury by stoppage or by distance? You too, Shady. Fury is by stoppage or by distance?
I think distance. I think he's going to take his time. He's going to box him.
You too, Mike?
I'm saying knockout. I'm going to say middle round.
You know why I'm going to say? I'm going to say knockout. Sugar Hill. When Fury gets with the Kronk, is when he has it in his mind, I'm knocking this dude out.
He becomes the Kronk. Yes, he do.
And the thing about Fury that's crazy is after the first fight with Wilder, he should have won on points. He got a draw. And he said, I'm going with Sugar Hill because I want to knock him out. When you hear a fighter say he needs to change fundamentally who he is as a fighter, so he's going with a new trainer, that is almost always nonsense. You can't just change your strikes in one fight. But it's exactly what he did.
And he did that in a fight. He came from a fight where he got knocked down twice. He felt Deontay's power, and something told him, I could do this if I go forward. So you got to commend him on that.
He hit him with the Kronk style and knocked him out.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, he really controls what he wants to do.
Yes.
A lot of fighters can't do that. If I want to go ahead and knock this guy out, I'm going to try to do that. If I want to box him, I'll go box him. That's how
he hit him with
is.
the Kronk style, and Wilder's built like the ultimate Kronk fighter, not Fury. And Sugar Hill came. So I see Sugar Hill, I think, he's thinking, I'm knocking him out.
Max, that's a great point because people forget. It was laughed at when Fury said, "I'm going to knock this guy out." Wilder said, "You have pillow hands." Fury was considered
wasn't a
boxer.
puncher. He wasn't a puncher.
Wilder was fine to say that.
Yes,
me too.
It didn't match the first fight because the first fight he was with Ben Davis, which is a good style, but he was moving, circling. So when people say he's coming back for the knockout, and when he said, we're like, well, how?
Fury's also a guy who surprises you. Like, I was surprised by the Ngannou fight. It's surprising, right? Good and bad. But people forget now, Vladimir Klitschko had a 10-year run at the top of the division, a decade.
Right.
You love Larry Holmes. He had that kind of title reign, long, beating everybody. Who's eventually going to beat Klitschko? Now people remember where AJ got him at the very end. But Tyson Fury outboxed him and beat him clean when Klitschko was at the top.
Yes.
That was the first eye-opening surprise.
And that win it gets swept under the rug because people don't like the way it looked. It wasn't eye-opening.
I'm one of the people that like the way it looked.
He's definitely underrated, though. He's definitely underrated, for sure.
Totally underrated. And in terms of championship heart, SS Cunningham, good cruiserweight, but a smaller guy. Knocked him down in a way you're like, oh, man, I don't know if he's getting up. Popped up and won the fight. Deontay Wilder detonated on him with a right hand in the 12th round. By the way, this is why I compare it to Ali Frazier. Yes, Ali Frazier's even better, but Frazier knocks Ali down, the quintessential left hook artist, in the 15th round of a brutal fight, right on the chin. 3 seconds on the floor, Ali is up and finishes the fight, right? But Tyson Fury did the same thing.
Yeah.
Last round against the quintessential right-hand puncher, takes it right on the chin. So he's dead to the world.
Actually got hit with 2 shots.
Two
man. He
shots,
got
right.
hit with
On the way down.
on the way down,
Take that with you. Yeah. And got up.
Not only did he get up, he was putting it on Wilder.
Winning that one.
He rocked Deontay to put it into the fight.
Tyson is special.
All right, guys, we know the plan for Fury is to, win this fight and you fight AJ, right? But here's a question. Let me throw a curveball at
That
you.
ain't a real
Let's
fight
say
either, though.
Fury looks really sharp and he wins easily and he looks like himself. That's Tyson Fury. Would you rather see him against AJ, given the way AJ just looked in his last fight against Jake Paul?
We still got to count it. We still
hold
got
on.
to count it.
Hold on.
Shady, we do.
Hold on. Would you rather see him? First, I'm going to give you this option against one of the young guys, Caballel, Wardley, Atama. What would you rather see?
I want to see Joshua. I love big events, and this is the biggest fight in British history. I mean,
Joshua
a boxing-rich country, yeah.
Bigger than Bruno and Lennox Lewis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
So, I love big events.
I'm sitting up here, and I'm with all these experts, years of experience, and you had the nerve to ask that question? Why do we want to see Fury versus AJ? Seriously, though. Because you beat Jake Paul? What?
You're saying it's too lopsided. If Fury looks like himself, it's too lopsided.
If Fury is at his best, like we know him to be, he wipes the floor with AJ. Are you serious?
But let's say Fury doesn't look so good, and he barely wins.
I'm still trying to figure this thing out, man. Right? I know we had April Fool's Day the 1st, and I'm past that. But I want y'all to tell me, like, why are y'all so big on AJ? I don't know what it is.
He knocked out Klitschko. You can say whatever
He
you
was
want.
old.
Klitschko beats any other heavyweight on that night.
He was old.
And he climbed off the deck to knock him out. He beat Joseph Parker, who was
when he didn't arrive.
Excellent heavyweight, but he's good. An Olympic super heavyweight gold medalist, Povetkin. He's got real wins.
All I'm saying is everybody we just talked about Usyk earlier. We talked about Wilder. We talked about Fury. AJ can't sit with these guys.
All right, listen.
Come on, man.
So would you agree with that?
AJ, go get the coffee.
The better Fury looks, the less you want to see him fight AJ. But what about the worse he looks? Let's say you look at Fury and you're like, that ain't it anymore. But he wins.
See Fury and
How about
Deontay.
Fury and well, we're gonna get to that in a second. How about Fury and AJ then?
Fury
as a big event.
It's just funny though, because like you're saying, the worse we see,
the more you want to see him fight AJ. Yes,
that's the shows you with AJ who he really
at this point. Maybe. All right, but by the way, sleep on AJ though. AJ might surprise
I'm sleeping and going to continue to.
And sheets.
Meantime, Makhmudov is not compared to Fury, but compared to most, a big physical heavyweight. What kind of challenge does he present?
I think he presents the kind of challenge that if Fury's sleeping on him, he's going to be in for a rough night. This is a massive man. I think he's about the same size as Fury. He can punch. He's physical. He's strong, but he is a slow plotter. If Fury's on his game, Fury should play with him, but he can't take him lightly. And I think this is the perfect kind of tune-up for a fight with Joshua.
And I also think he's a bit of a front runner too, Mike. When things get rough with
Can he punch harder than Wilder, though? He can punch with some volume. We've seen he can stay in there and he's strong, but Wilder is a different level.
for him. Even Allen was able to make things rough. Every time he get hit to the body, we've seen how he's been. And I could just only imagine once Fury catch up to him and start hitting him with
You
shots.
mentioned to the body. That's what
Yes.
Caballel did. He
Yes.
broke him down to the body.
Yes.
And we've seen Fury,
That's
as
the
we've
fight.
mentioned, beat a lot of different guys, a lot of different ways,
Yeah.
right? How does he fight this fight, do you think?
I think he's going to go straight at him and try to steamroll him the kind of way he fought Wilder the second time.
I actually think he's going to do opposite, and I think he's only going to do opposite because the inactivity. He's going to go in there thinking a bit, but once he realized he could put his hands on him whenever he wants, he's going to start using the
Now
punch
that's
style
the,
on him.
that's the person, Caballel. That's what you need to see. I like to see Fury versus Caballel.
Yeah,
right?
that's a little Ali Frazier.
That was actually in talks
yeah.
years ago.
There
Remember?
was,
They
we
were
need
talking
that.
about
I like
because
that.
now, because I was lost. Now we found a location. We sent that location to him and signed that deal.
In the co-main feature, Conor Benn, coming off a career
Benn.
best win over Chris Eubank Jr. in their rematch, takes on Regis Prograis. Cop.
Good fight.
This is a war on paper. But considering where they both are in their respective careers, is the expectation that Ben should score a knockout here?
I think if Conor Benn wants to continue the momentum he has from the fight of the year loss to Chris Eubank and then the dominant win he had in the rematch in November, he needs a knockout. I think he should get it late in the fight, maybe the last round of the 10-round fight. But I don't know, it's 50-50. Prograis, I know Prograis is a little past it, but he has a lot of heart. He's going to be
He's
game.
experienced, he's tough and athletic. Can he push Ben into a long, tough fight, do you think?
Yes, I believe that. And I also believe he can do that because he's rejuvenated. He switched camps. He's been in Vegas working out. He's telling everybody how he's. In his last fight, he was going back and forth toe-to-toe with, I believe it was it Diaz? Who did he fight in the last fight? Yes, that was a back and forth. Now, you guys know how I always talk about Conor here. I'm very big on him. And I think if he fight the way that he fought Chris Eubank Jr. in any of those fights, he give everybody trouble.
Nah, man, we tripping.
I know.
Conor been hot right now. He hot, a lot of momentum. Right, fought some good fighters. I'm rolling with him.
Yeah, me too.
In progress, I'm not saying nothing wrong with him. He's solid, right? I watched him fought Devin Haney. I didn't like that. He did a lot of talking, and he didn't do a lot of punching. When I watched Conor Ben, though, the way he talked, that's the way he fights.
Yeah, the Prograis who fought.
Yes, he come and get you.
He come and get you.
Come and get you.
The Prograis who fought and lost the unification at 140 pounds is a guy against Conor Ben who I would probably pick.
Yes,
because Ben punching too.
That guy has not been around for a while, but Prograis is athletic.
Yes, he is. He is.
He's tough,
experienced,
and he can punch.
Yep.
Right,
and he's tough too. Yeah.
If you're an athletic, tough guy who can punch, fighters who have a certain quality, the danger is even if they're older, they can recapture it for a night, for a given night. Just like a great football player, maybe he can't do it every week, right? But in a given game, he can show flashes that remind you.
Yes.
Only thing about Conor is like he's the type of guy that it looks like he don't take nothing easy. You get what I'm saying? So if I got a weak opponent, I'm still gonna train as hard as hell the same way. And I think having a dad that comes from that background, that's seen the best, right? That's did it has already did it. I don't think he's gonna take this light easy. I think he's going there to get the job done, and we move on. We'll be talking about another bigger fight for Conor Ben.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think the weight is a factor here. I mean, Regis Prograis is 140 pounds. They're going up 10 pounds to 150. A lot of times when you see these guys move up in weight at this stage, it's trouble.
And you also look at the fact that Conor Ben, not only does he have the momentum, first of all, the first fight.
That does typically signify trouble in boxing if they're moving up in weight later on in age.
With Eubank was epic.
Yes, it was.
You couldn't even, if you saw it in a movie, you'd be like, come on. It's a good movie, but it's not real.
Magazine Fight of the Year.
Yeah, right. But even with the father getting out and the whole thing, it's a movie. And the way it ended, even it's very Rocky. He has this big rally in the last round, and it's not quite enough, but he loses the fight, but in a way wins the event, Ben, right? And then in the rematch, dominates. The first Ben win against the Eubank over 2 generations, right? He's riding this crest of this wave in England right now, especially. And so many big fights can be made, especially because he's seen as vulnerable. Other top fighters like to call him out because they think it's a big payday. He is being put in with Prograis because it's likely to make a good fight, like a really good action fight, that Ben can win and continue. But there's a danger in that. If Ben feels like, okay, here comes my gimme fight, if Prograis shows up to, on that special night.
I can't see him thinking like that. It's a lot riding on Ben. I think actually the pressure.
No, I think Ben's a real professional. He ain't even on that take time.
Excuse my voice, guys. Of course, from yelling. The pressure is actually on Ben.
Right.
Zuffa deal. Stuff with Eddie Hearn. Netflix. This is really his stage.
To shine.
If he don't show up, everybody's gonna be like, all of that for that?
Yeah.
That's a great point.
That's a great point. Eddie Hearn is going to be like this, and he's going to be like this. The pressure's on Conor, and I believe he's going to rise to the occasion.
There are some fighters who you feel like when the lights are brightest, they show their best.
Yes.
And Conor strikes me as that kind of guy.
I agree, Max. Yes.
I think he's loving this attention too. I've never been a player where, they know me now? Oh, they know me now.
Watch this.
And you love that feeling. And if you watch the way that he conducts himself, he's respectful, but he loves getting this attention right now.
I'll tell you what else about that attention, which we don't talk about enough, and that makes my point. When you are the son of a famous athlete and then you play that same sport, you are often in the shadow and it's tough to escape.
That's true.
That goes for any sport. Ken Griffey Jr. was so great that people forget about Ken Griffey Sr., who was only an all-star, right? But usually, a guy like Julio Cesar Chavez, good luck being his son. It is tough to his Shane Mosley's Jr., right? Good fighter. He's headlining a Zuffa 6, but tough to escape Shane Mosley's shadow.
Come on now.
Conor Ben, look, Nigel Ben, so far through Conor's career, was a better fighter than Conor's.
Right.
Not that Conor hasn't been good, but Nigel was a lot. But he's kind of escaped his shadow.
Yes, he has.
Yeah.
Right? When you hear Conor Ben, is the first thing you think Nigel Ben?
No, Conor Ben.
It's not.
Right, that's a great point.
I hear Junior, I think Shane, I think Julio, right? But I don't think Nigel Ben first anymore.
Right.
Again, Fury versus Makhmudov on this Saturday, on
The Gypsy
Netflix.
King.
The fight is at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. There it is.
I don't know.
Y'all got fair fight, man. I got the Gypsy King, man. To me, he could do no wrong.
Guys,
American favorite.
Ben and Progress just on the undercard. It's going
fight.
to be a big atmosphere, big card. I mean, listen, it's not on Netflix for no reason.
Yeah, I can't wait to be there. I'm flying out later tonight, and I'm going to be in London tomorrow. It's going to be a great atmosphere. I think those are two good heavyweight fights on the undercard, too. Don't sleep on them.
Yep.
Fraser Clark was in a war with Wardley.
Yeah.
And then you have
Yeah, you're
Jamie
right. I
TKV.
gave him his best fight before the Parker fight.
And Jamie TKV also against Barack Pro. That's a good fight, too.
That's a very good
Nice
fight.
card.
Before we get to the break, let's take a look at Mike Coppinger's picks for the week for the Ring Fantasy Pick'em
let's hear how my
game.
boy
This is a
did.
lot of fun. Mike, take it away.
All right, so we have Osley Iglesias, one of my favorite fighters under the radar in the sport. Big puncher at light heavyweight. He's going for this is a title fight, and this is going to be, I'm going over a round 7 TKO against Pavel. I'm going to pull Max here. Salajan, I think. He's a tough fighter from Eastern Europe, but he's been there. He's easy there. He's there to be hit. Moving on, look, I love Tenshin Nasukawa. He has balls. He has charisma. He's
This is,
flashy.
by the way, this is what I love about Japanese names. Phonetic.
Yeah.
Even I can't mess them up. Yes, but go ahead.
Yeah, look, I love this fight. Nasukawa is a firefighter, and Juan Francisco Estrada is one of the all-time greats. At 118 pounds, I think it's going to be a great fight. I'm going with Estrada in Japan by decision on the road. Moving on, Conor Ben Regis Prograis. Like we said earlier, I'm going to go Ben getting the stoppage in the final round of this 10-round fight, similar to the final round in his last fight. And then Fury and Makhmudov, I'm going to say round 7. These would be, 6, 7, 8, 9, something like that, Max.
You can get involved in the action too. Scan the QR code to play along with thousands of other users on the Rings Fantasy Pick'em game for cash prizes and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. Guys, anyone who plays fantasy sports, you think you love the sport you're watching, then you play, especially daily fantasy, right?
Yeah.
If it's football, but that's what this is like. And it makes it better. You got a little skin in the game. Must be 18 years old to play. No purchase or entry fee required. See game rules and term conditions for full details. For those watching on YouTube, head over to DAZN to catch the rest of the show. Coming up, Deontay Wilder and Derek Chisora had a wild one on Saturday, and we're going to get into it. That's why I was holding off the Deontay talk.
Yes.
This is
Can we
Inside the
see
Ring.
his results?
Propose of exhibition that was long time ago, year after our first fight, but I didn't agree. Then I want a real fight, so he signed what I signed. He signed a real fight, and I signed a real fight. And he got his advance, so there's no reason to make excuses of that.
And I told Ocho, I said, Ocho, think about it. You at this age, you gonna put that undefeated record on the line? That's his whole thing, Ocho. The whole thing is undefeated.
Yeah.
The whole time. That's why he said it. No, man. He said, no, I want to be the one to put that one on there. I want to put that blemish on that record. No. This ain't no exhibition.
Exhibition.
I ain't playing.
You got the promotion saying this is a real fight. You got Floyd Mayweather saying, no, this is an exhibition. There's two things that are happening here. Either somebody messed up in paperwork or in communication or in some form of getting this fight together, misspoke to one of these guys, or Floyd Mayweather is trying to scam Netflix.
Manny Pacquiao reacts to rumors about a fallout with Floyd Mayweather, clarifying the talk about exhibition versus a real fight. He believes Floyd is making excuses to avoid it.
Everybody, the last few days, there's been rumors swirling around about you and Mayweather, and he's saying he's going to be an exhibition, you saying it's going to be a fight. And the second part of the question is, how would you face him for the second time after the first decision?
That's proposed of exhibition that was long time ago, year after our first fight, but I didn't agree. And then I want a real fight, so he signed what I signed. He signed a real fight, and I signed a real fight. And he got his advance.
I don't know if y'all have heard my take on this before, but I'm pretty sure this might all be a marketing ploy tactic to get more eyes on the fight once the time comes. Or maybe Floyd really is just going crazy and deep in money troubles. I don't think he's necessarily scamming. I don't think he has the wherewithal or the wits to scam.
And so there's no reason to make excuses of that. So that's true.
Well, we all look forward to that fight.
I mean, he signed a real fight, and he got his advance. So then now makes excuses, no.
Shannon Sharp broke down the situation, calling it a major oversight by Floyd's team. He questioned how 3 signed agreements and advance payments could be ignored or mishandled.
That the potential rematch with Manny Pacquiao would only be an exhibition. Jasper Torres, CEO's manager, CEO of Manny Pacquiao Promotion, and the event producer fired back, strongly opposing, saying Floyd is in breach of the contract. Floyd signed not 1, not 2, but 3 different agreements on 3 different dates, 2 different parties that ultimately got intertwined in a month of January, and this is all related to his return to professional boxing.
And he also took out a cash advance on that payment, and he has 2 fights in front of that, so he probably took out cash advances on those fights as well.
First one, October 24th. The second one, November the 6th. The third one, December 14th. He received money for all 3 agreements when he signed them. Not only that, but he has taken out an advance on his purse to fight Pacquiao.
Shannon Sharp questioned the oversight, relaying Pacquiao's stance. If Floyd feared putting his record on the line, he should have never signed. Sharp stressed Manny was never the one afraid.
That's your ass. Hold on, Ojo, hold on. Manny Pacquiao said he does not want to put the record, if he's scared not to put the record on the line, professional boxing match, not only should they have never executed these agreements, this is what Pacquiao manager said. If he's scared of Manny and does not want to put the record on the line in a professional boxing match, not only should he have never executed these agreements, but he should have just come right out and said because Manny ain't scared.
Wade Plemons pointed out that Floyd Mayweather said exhibition 3 times in one sentence. That was no accident. He added that Floyd chose Manny Pacquiao because a professional fight between them still brings blockbuster attention, but now Floyd is trying to change the terms.
Not once, not twice, but 3 times in that sentence, Floyd Mayweather said the word exhibition. That is not by mistake, folks. That's supposed to be a professional fight that Floyd is coming out and deliberately saying, it's not a professional fight. It's an exhibition. I'm going to come out, have some fun, and entertain. Someone in chat asked, out of all people, why choose Manny? What is it about Manny? He chose Manny because Manny brings in this, especially when you attach Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather to an actual pro fight, even at their age now. This brings a bit of that blockbuster back. Let's not forget, this is the highest selling pay-per-view fight in the history of combat sports. They did over 4 million pay-per-view buys. So, of course, Floyd would want to pick Manny. And yes, the pro aspect of it does sell because that's Floyd putting his pro record on the line. Here's the weird part about it. Floyd is outright saying it's an exhibition. It was promoted as a pro fight, and now things are going to get even crazier because Manny Pacquiao's like, no, it's not an exhibition. It's a pro fight.
Wade Plemons added that it would be one of the most unprofessional things imaginable, or Floyd Mayweather is trying to scam Netflix.
One of the most unprofessional things you could do, not trying to point the gun on Netflix or whoever else put this together, but something is off. Something's completely off because you got one person saying, it's a real fight. You got the promotion saying, this is a real fight. You got Floyd Mayweather saying, no, this is an exhibition. There's 2 things that are happening here. Either somebody messed up in paperwork or in communication or in some form of getting this fight together, misspoke to one of these guys, or Floyd Mayweather is trying to scam Netflix.
Wade Plemons further explained that Floyd Mayweather reportedly took a cash advance for the Pacquiao rematch, then undermined his own promotion to protect his 50-0 record while still making his money.
That is the only 2 things that can be possible here. Because we then get the report, as of yesterday, that Floyd Mayweather has already taken a cash advance payment of his purse for the upcoming Manny Pacquiao rematch on Netflix, despite it currently being in jeopardy. I don't even know how that's possible. Who gave him a cash advance before they even got to the fight? I understand like paying some up front to secure the fight, but paying everything? Maybe it's not what it is. Maybe the cash advance is like partially. But still, what? So if this is to be believed, and this is via ESPN, this is not, random Twitter person reporting this. I think Mike Coppinger also reported the same thing. If this is to be believed, Floyd took a cash advance and then undermined the promotion of his own fight to try to protect his 50-0 record and still make a bag.
Oscar De La Hoya has now stepped forward, accusing Floyd Mayweather Jr. of hiding behind his perfect 50-0 record out of fear. Insisting the world sees Mayweather's reluctance to pursue a true rematch, De La Hoya even claimed that, in their original fight,
all the news on Mayweather-Pacquiao potentially falling apart. I mean, I have to say this, Mayweather, come on, dude. Fight a real fight. You're still trying to protect your O. Yes, you're 50-0 on paper, but people know you've lost. Your own father said you lost against me back when we fought. And what's crazy is that people don't know that we had a rematch clause for 1 year. And what do? Your CS retires for 1 year and 1 day. Bro, ever since I got beat up by Manny Pacquiao in my last fight, I've wanted to fight every single day, but I couldn't because I wasn't right.
Oscar De La Hoya didn't hold back, mocking Floyd Mayweather Jr. for ducking a real fight with Manny Pacquiao. But Floyd conveniently retired instead, protecting that zero at all costs. Now Oscar claims he's ready for a rematch himself, even willing to take on Jake Paul, while calling Floyd out as someone terrified of a true showdown with Manny.
Physically, emotionally, I just wasn't right. All that depression, all that shit that I had within my spirit. But now these last 5 years, I've put in the work, man. Woo! I did a lot of work and I feel happy. I feel at peace. And you know what? A man at peace is a dangerous fucking man. I can fucking take on King Kong if I want and beat his ass. I'll even fight Jake Paul. Let's go!
All of this has put Floyd Mayweather Jr.'s mental state under a microscope. Questions are mounting over whether he's ducking Manny Pacquiao because of the contract mess, or if something deeper is going on. According to Showbiz the Adult, who spoke with Mayweather's son, Money Mayweather may simply not feel emotionally or spiritually ready for a real professional fight right now.
How do you beat Manny Pacquiao on the second go around?
We both winners. Because it's an exhibition, so we're both winners.
Listen, bro. I told you guys, having it be a professional fight didn't make sense. Be 51-0, 50-1. Floyd Mayweather was going to touch and play with his legacy like that. On top of that, I had Manny winning that fight. I know Floyd was looking good in the gym because his son said something to me on Instagram, said, "You don't know how my dad is looking." But spiritually, it's just hard, bro. Just like a pro fight with Manny. Why? Manny's insane. He's driven by the comeback, the revenge, and all that. Floyd is in a far more confident space. He won the big fight. He could go on the rest of his life chilling. I don't see Floyd as ducking it. It just doesn't make sense.
Now, Jazz Mather has dropped an ultimatum on Floyd Mayweather Jr., warning that he is already in breach of contract and facing serious consequences. Mather stressed the violations go beyond one problem, pointing to the scheduled bout with Greek kickboxer Mike Zambides, and gave Floyd just 1 day to clean it up before legal action moves forward.
Right now, he's in the breach. He's in a breach. He has to provide, some form of acknowledgement that he is going to cure this breach by tomorrow. End of business day, and if there's no acknowledgement that he intends on curing these multiple breaches, I'm not just saying one. I mean, listen, one of the breaches in there is his Greece fight that he's posting, his exhibition against the Greece fighter, the Greek fighter. Like, he can't do that. He can't do that fight. It's a direct breach of this contract. So he has to provide a notice that he's willing to cure. His team has to provide that. And if they don't, then it's next steps.
Jazz Mather then went even further, presenting what many view as undeniable proof of the agreement, reading the contract terms allowed to confirm the rematch is professional and officially sanctioned.
Let me read out something to you here, okay? The main event bout of the boxing program will be a boxing match between Manny Pacquiao and Mayweather. The match will be a professional and sanctioned match, and shall count on the official professional records of Mayweather and Pacquiao, and the final rules for which shall be subject to the mutual agreement of Pacquiao and Mayweather and subject to further approval of Netflix.
Okay, so I don't hear exhibition nowhere near in that statement.
The word professional is in this contract 11 times.
Oh, wow.
Another part, and which will be a professional and sanctioned boxing match and shall count on the official professional records of Mayweather and Pacquiao.
All of this has only reinforced the notion that Floyd is broke. Jazz Mather has now issued an ultimatum the moment Floyd signed a deal with Mike Samvides.
I mean, it's unfortunate that it's come to what it's come to. Obviously, when we first heard about him having a 3-fight deal, we understood why he's having a 3-fight deal. I gave my name to people that he could have fought, that could have helped him if he was in financial crisis and needed to recoup some of that money back. And Manny Pacquiao was one of the names. It's crazy that it's even got to this point. I don't even know what to think about it at this point. Obviously, signing multiple deals and getting in advance and having them pay you ahead of the fight. I mean, like, is that normal? Does that happen?
Floyd Mayweather Jr. is in a deep predicament. Boxing pundits, including Paulie Malignaggi, have sharpened their critiques, noting that while Mayweather isn't technically bankrupt, he is dangerously over-leveraged, which makes matters far more complex.
Woes of Mayweather, as far as him wanting to come back and make a bag of money, then I think the fight has to happen regardless. You know, what other direction can you go if you're Floyd and if you really are in these kind of positions? You know, I've been the one to say it. I don't say that Floyd is broke. I think people overuse that word. I think he's likely over leveraged, and there's a difference between being over leveraged and being broke. Being over leveraged, if you're not careful, can lead you to being broke. But being over leveraged also you can just rebound and make a bag of money, and now you're perfectly leveraged, then you're fine, and you still have all that stuff that you had before, you know. So I think if that's the case, regardless, I think Floyd probably may be forced to do it the way Netflix decides to do it.
Even so, Paulie Malignaggi believes Floyd Mayweather Jr. genuinely wants the fight to be a real, competitive showdown, simply because official bouts generate enormous income. He notes that talks remain active, with several specifics still unresolved.
But we'll see. We'll see how things go on the inside. These are inner negotiations. I think it's more interesting if it is a real fight, first and foremost, with gambling being legal in the United States now, all over the United States. You know, it brings in that much more revenue because you can gamble on a real fight. You cannot. There's no gambling on an exhibition. There's no real winner and loser in an exhibition. So that makes it very, very different, and that, you know, gives the image of the fight, the branding of the fight, a whole new vibe if it's a real fight as opposed to if it's an exhibition. So, you know, a lot to be discussed here before this thing goes on.
The turmoil surrounding Floyd Mayweather Jr. only continues to escalate. Newly surfaced reports reveal he now faces multiple legal battles, including a Miami jeweler demanding $1.375 million for high-end watches and diamond chains, as well as claims of unpaid rent in Manhattan.
Boxing legend Floyd Mayweather Jr. is facing another lawsuit, this time from a high-end Miami jeweler claiming he owes $1.375 million for luxury watches and chains. According to court filings, Mayweather allegedly purchased 27 watches and 15 chains, totaling $1.675 million from Adre's Jewelry last August, but paid just $300,000. 5 checks reportedly bounced. The lawsuit follows other recent legal issues, including a New York claim alleging he owes $330,000 in unpaid rent on a Manhattan penthouse, along with a separate federal case in South Florida involving a reported $4 million jewelry dispute. The 50-0 former champion is scheduled to return to the ring in September for a rematch against Manny Pacquiao.
Beyond the conflicting claims about exhibition versus professional rules, the situation has reportedly escalated to a legal level. Netflix could be preparing to take legal action against Floyd Mayweather Jr. over an alleged contract violation, once again shining a light on his shaky post-retirement finances.
Listen, I don't know anything about no networks doing my. I used to have problems with HBO because we had problems. It was a promoter problem. But the fact is his life to live it the way he should live it. You know, it may not be the right life, but it's his life to live the way he wants. and nobody could say anything about it. They're making a big joke about his life and he owes money. He's a human being. You make mistakes. People don't understand it's the art in saving money. You know, you handle money, you don't understand the art of saving money, you're screwed. And you could be anybody. You could be a little kid, you could be the smartest person in the world. It's an art in handling money. If you can't master that art, you're screwed.
Manny Pacquiao's dream was never just for himself, it was to leave a lasting mark for the next generation. His true goal, to inspire, not for recognition, but for impact.
Not for my own, you know, my dream in life is to create a legacy that it will be remembered by the next generation. You know, that's my dream in life. Of course, to be an inspiration to everyone.
For a fighter who built his brand on perfect precision and financial dominance, the cracks are now impossible to ignore. Whether Floyd Mayweather Jr. can settle his debts, salvage his legacy, and step back into the ring remains the biggest question hanging over his name. Like and subscribe to stay locked in on all the latest boxing news, controversies, and fight updates.
The era of Caucasus wrestlers dominating the sport may be coming to an end.
The last couple years, they changed a little bit politics, and I don't like this.
For the last decade, fighters from Dagestan, Chechnya, and the wider Caucasus stormed into the UFC. And the truth is, their great entrance into MMA was unavoidable. The region remains a powerhouse, consistently producing elite talent in wrestling, sambo, and other martial arts.
The only reason why I feel like those guys do lose is obviously someone's better than them, but if they gas out because they're overtrained.
But with recent business changes in the UFC, the demand for wrestling-heavy Dagestanis and the prospect of a new Khabib may be fading.
When you look at Paramount Plus, right, this new deal that we're going into, you get to watch all the UFC programming on there, no pay-per-view anymore.
And this shift could mark the end of Caucasus dominance in the UFC. Their downfall may not come inside the octagon at the hands of another fighter, but due to politics and an industry that is constantly shifting to entertainment. To understand how we got here, we need to go back to how the Caucasus came to dominate the UFC in the first place. MMA has undergone several cycles as it has matured over the years. At the very beginning, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu dominated the sport with guys like Royce and Rickson Gracie. Back then, no other martial arts could really deal with this new form of grappling entering North America.
No one knew what the best martial art was, and the idea was like there was all these martial arts that are running around independently, and they were all claiming that they had the best technique, and let's see what happens. And Royce Gracie was the one who represented jiu-jitsu and went out there and beat all these people with superior technique and superior strategy.
A few years went by, and the golden age of American wrestlers in the UFC began to take place. Now more equipped to deal with the dangers of BJJ, wrestlers like Mark Coleman, Randy Couture, and Matt Hughes used takedown opponents, especially under non-pride rules.
There was a Mark Coleman era when Mark Coleman was smashing everybody, and he was 255 pounds of solid muscle.
By the mid-2000s, strikers with good takedown defense began taking over. The sprawl and brawl era, dominated by guys like Chuck Liddell, paved the way for even more technical strikers like Anderson Silva to take center stage of global MMA. By that time, fighters who embodied the idea of really mixing the martial arts took over. Silva himself was one of the best strikers we've ever seen, yet he also possessed strong grappling skills. Jon Jones, primarily a wrestler, revolutionized the way grappling and striking were blended in MMA. Complete fighters like GSP and Mighty Mouse ruling the divisions made it seem like the sport had already been figured out.
Demetrius Johnson is one of the 5 greatest fighters in the history of the sport. And in his own division, he's also a sort of pioneer. He's also maybe the most complete pound-for-pound fighter of all time, if we're actually saying who should be pound-for-pound #1 all time. Not in your accomplishments, right? But just sort of like your complete game.
To become one of the greats, a fighter had to be competent in all areas of the game. The days of one-dimensional specialists dominating were over, and while that remains true to an extent, an up-and-coming lightweight would prove that dominance could still come from a single perfected skill set.
You talk to Frankie, you talk to Eddie Alvarez. I go, how hard is it to take down Barboza? They go, oh, it's damn near impossible in training. Like, we don't get them down very easily, and they're badasses. Right. So you go, what Khabib did, we didn't think he was going to be able to do. And if you look at that third round when Barboza's like, he gets taken down and he's like kind of cage crawling, you look at his face, he looks like, get me the out of here.
Yeah.
Like, there's sheer panic. Yeah. And that's the difference between Khabib and the rest of these fighters.
Outside of a closely contested match with Gleison Chibao, Nurmagomedov ran through everybody in the lightweight division. While weight issues and injuries prevented him from getting the belt sooner, there's good reason to believe he was the best lightweight on the planet even years before he won the belt. He completely dominated Rafael dos Anjos only a year before RDA himself became a champion. The rest of the story you already probably know. Khabib won the title, defended multiple times, and headlined the biggest pay-per-view card in history against Conor McGregor. And what he built in the sport wasn't just a championship reign, but a movement that inspired an entire community of Caucasus fighters to follow his blueprint.
They're trying to get to the UFC. They
Yeah.
want to like have a contract. Like that was what Abu Bakr said. One of Khabib's brothers was saying the goal is to like get a UFC contract here in Dagestan. Like that's all they're. So they're all going to be working hella hard.
Because they're seeing what Khabib did, they're seeing what Islam's done.
29-0, like you're going to want to be that.
The region was never short of talented fighters, but what Nurmagomedov laid out was the path for fighters from that region to reach the very top of MMA. And according to recent moves by the UFC, Caucasus wrestlers may become the first cycle of MMA to end not because the sport evolved past them, but because of management decisions. Islam Makhachev and Khamzat Chimaev participated in two of the most high-profile title fights of 2025. Khamzat fought and won the middleweight title against Ricketts Duplessis, and Islam went up a division to beat Jack Della Maddalena and win the welterweight belt. And funnily enough, the two performances were pretty similar. Both of them took down and dominated their opponents at will. By round 2 of both fights, it was clear there was a huge grappling mismatch between the two Russian challengers and the champions. But even with a clear superiority in the fight, both Islam and Khamzat were very timid and risk-averse.
This control is amazing, but it's only for control. You're not advancing the fight. And to me, if you're that good over that guy, which by the way is amazing that he took a pound for pound guy and did that to him. But if the difference between me and that guy is like that much, brother, it's time to open up a little bit.
It would be crazy to consider Islam and Khamzat boring fighters. Islam has mostly finishes, while Khamzat looks like a wrecking machine in most of his fights. In a sense, both showed such dominance that neither of them was ever in any danger. And that may be exactly the problem. For hardcore fans, the skills it took to dominate the top athletes of the sport remain impressive. At the same time, this type of performance does open the path for some criticism.
I will say this though, very impressive performance from Khamzat Chimaev. The most dull thing I've ever seen in my life in a championship fight. Pathetic for a guy talking about kill everybody. I kill everybody, smash everybody. No, nah, I'm good off that now.
The rabbit hole goes even deeper when accounting for the fact that Islam and Khamzat are two of the most popular fighters from that region. The rest of them tend to go unnoticed with the general audience, at least for the most part. And here's the big first problem in promoting fighters from that region. After all, there is an evident cultural clash with the Western way of promoting fights, because fighters tend not to be very good or even interested in trash talking.
I feel very bad for US promotions, very, very bad, because there is so many hungry fighters coming. And they don't like to talk. They don't like trash talk. They just come, smash people, and take money, you know? And US promotions, they don't like this. They like trash talking. They like entertainment.
And don't get it mistaken. The UFC has had its share of lackluster, yet dominant fighters in the past. GSP was often criticized as a boring champion in his time, especially when compared to what Anderson Silva and Jon Jones were doing. And today, St. Pierre is considered one of the greatest of all time. But for the UFC, from a business perspective, that's where the difference lies. Back then, in the GSP era, the business model was completely different. The UFC was still fighting to prove itself as a relevant sports organization, and even then, Dana White and the Fertitta brothers had only themselves to answer to. And while in that time, the UFC had billions of potential customers worldwide, nowadays that number has been narrowed down dramatically.
Paramount is the customer. They have purchased for an extreme amount of money the broadcast rights for the UFC. And in every other facet of business across the globe, in any industry, when you are the one paying money to somebody else, you get to dictate certain things. You get to have demands.
Let alone the fact that GSP gave the promotion entry to a highly valuable market in Canada. Meanwhile, the Caucasus, while large in population, is not exactly paramount in the UFC's target audience. At the moment, the organization can't even properly enter the region because of the Russia-Ukraine war. The apparent fix has been using these fighters to promote Abu Dhabi due to their Muslim identity and cultural ties. But even that solution has limits. Abu Dhabi is not a massive consumer market like Canada, Brazil, or the UK. It's more of a symbolic and strategic partner. And now, under the Paramount era, the issue could become even more glaring. Sure, Islam, Habib, and Hamzat are fan favorites, but other guys in the roster like Ankalaev, Umar, and Evloev have just as good a shot of getting the belt while carrying far less star power. Even worse, their ascension would mean the decline of some of the UFC's favorites like Alex Pereira, Sean O'Malley, and Volkanovski, superstars in the sport with real pull for the Western audience. And we almost saw that becoming a reality at light heavyweight.
This is obviously something that was possible. This is something that we all talked about going in, the UFC's star problem and how big of a issue this would be if it went this way, if this result actually materialized. And now here we are staring at Magomed Ankalaev as a light heavyweight champion. And guys, don't listen to me. Don't believe me when I tell you that this is a nightmare. Just look at the UFC's actions. They did everything in their power not to give this guy a title shot because they did not want to face the reality of him being a champion. Same situation with Bilal Muhammad, and the same situation ended up happening.
It is likely no coincidence that guys like Sarukian and Evloev are being sidelined for the belt at this moment. While Dana White will never say it publicly, the pattern speaks for itself.
UFC trying to give this shot for other person, but I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. And if you have more deserved contender for the title, just let me test him. Yeah, if you don't give me a title, just give me your contenders. Okay, I'm here to test your guys, UFC.
Evloev is the #1 contender at featherweight. He's undefeated and 9-0 in the UFC. Even so, he got bypassed by Diego Lopez, a guy who had a chance for the belt only a year ago and is the very last opponent of current champion Alexander Volkanovski. Hardcore fans see in Evloev the talent and merit to fight for the title, but casuals may not even know the guy. Meanwhile, Paramount and the UFC may see a fighter who doesn't generate much buzz, yet has the tools to keep the belt for years. And while guys like Evloev keep being lowballed for a chance for the belt, the UFC is making sure fewer challengers from the Caucasus even get close to championship gold. Muhammad Makaev managed to become one of the only fighters to leave the UFC undefeated. When he came up, the British Dagestani flyweight was often seen as a future champion. Had he continued, he probably would have been. In his last UFC fight, he beat none other than Manel Kape, the most likely title challenger. It was the last fight in his contract. As a young prospect with the skills to become a champ, one would think the organization would do everything to keep him. Well, they didn't.
Makaev is a guy that you'd want to bring back to the UFC because he said his contract is totally done now.
Yeah, he is. He's under contract. He's not under contract anymore.
Okay, but would you be interested in keeping him around in the?
I think the PFL is going to get a great undefeated guy.
Really?
Good luck to him.
Sure, Makaev's behavior outside the cage, like causing a stir during fight week, gave the UFC plenty of reasons to hesitate. But even so, it's hard to imagine they'd let him go if the organization valued his fighting style and ability to pull numbers. And Makaev isn't the only one. Rinat Fakhreddinov was another undefeated UFC fighter who didn't get a new contract offer.
UFC нужны бойцы, которых они смогут продать, которые смогут заработать, и Ринат просто выходил, побеждал.
Even the hiring process changed in the last few years. Russia currently ranks 3rd in total UFC fighters by country. In the 2010s, we saw a real surge of Caucasus fighters joining the UFC. The move resulted in several champions, including guys like Merab, Makhachev, Chimaev, and, of course, Habib. But now, the pipeline looks very different.
In my gym, I have couple gyms in Dagestan, and there is 500 amateur guys, and they all want to be like Habib. They all want to be like champion. They all want to take over in the world, and they all good. What we gonna do with them? Like, how you gonna stop? It's very hard. Or just don't sign them. It's like right now I see some promotion, they follow the politics, they just don't sign them because they tired. Because all Magomedov, Nurmagomedov, they jump to the UFC and they take over.
The UFC signed 52 athletes in the latter half of 2025, and out of that, only one Caucasus fighter was included, Magomed Zainukov, also known as John Pork, and he isn't even a wrestler, he's a Muay Thai champion. Meanwhile, promising wrestlers from that region ended up fighting elsewhere like the PFL or One Championship. This shift actually happened a lot earlier. Since 2023, there have been barely any wrestlers signed, while for the most part, the only Caucasus fighters who got a UFC contract are primarily strikers.
Right now with so many young fighters, they good, 10, 15 and all, undefeated, world champions, amateur and professional, and they don't want to sign them because they need somebody who talking, who drinking, who show up, all this stuff. They understand. they want this kind of fighters. But in a one way, like I say, I understand. But in end of the day, this is sport, best versus best.
Under the Paramount era, there are enough signs to believe the UFC is prioritizing marketability over meritocracy. Western audiences, trash talk, and pay-per-view potential now matter more than wins and losses. And for an entire generation of Dagestani wrestlers following Khabib's blueprint, the door to the UFC may be closing for good. While wrestlers from places like Dagestan look to be on their way out, fighters who play ball with the company are getting the rewards. So if you'd like to learn about the 7 levels of industry plants in the UFC, check out this video next.
There's 5 of you. I promise.
Saber, Gap, 2, Tiger.
What, 47?
44.
Well, I will fight him at like 154.
What?
I told you for the right fight.
154?
I swear I will fight him.
Where you been? Where you been my whole life? That's the street fight right there. That's a thoroughbred.
Been me, you feel me from the broke days in the alleyways, McLaren on the freeways. I'm still bitch, you feel me? She is too chopped to be in the VIP. She is too chopped and that's it. And that bitch gotta go from her broke bangs to a fake chain.
Let's stop all the board jive. Let's stop all the board jive. Okay, now listen, a few of you guys hit me up on X, gave a few responses asking me if I saw the back and forth between Shakur Stevenson and Ryan Garcia. They went back and forth on X. Okay, yada, yada, yada. No big deal. But Shakur Stevenson, he called Ryan Garcia a liar because Ryan Garcia is talking about them meeting at 147, no rehydration. Shakur Stevenson said, hey, you said that you'll meet me at 140, even 144. But now you're talking about 147. And Shakur Stevenson says, listen, just admit it, bro. You a damn liar. Hit the Tyson Bell. Well, listen, while you guys are asking me how I feel about this situation, I'm just going to throw it out there. Shakur Stevenson is my guy. That's my brother. Ryan Garcia, he's my guy. That's my brother. But still, I'm going to say this in front of both of you guys in the entire war room. Both of y'all, some damn liars. Listen, bro, listen, it is rich for Shakur Stevenson to call Ryan Garcia a liar, which he did when he lied too. Y'all both some damn liars, and that's the black to sugar. I can prove it. Ryan Garcia did say, like Shakur Stevenson said, he did say that he'll fight him at 140, saying it was always his plan to go down to 140. And Shakur Stevenson was like, bet, then let's go, champ. Let's run it. Teach your man how to squabble. Ryan Garcia even furthermore said that, hell, listen, I'll fight him at 144. I want Shakur Stevenson next after Mario Barrios. But it's okay. We're not even worried about him. I really want to fight Shakur.
Even though Ryan Garcia should really be fighting my boy Rolly Romero. That's who he really should be fighting.
No, we need that Haney fight too, though.
No, I know. That's always going to be there, though. But that's who I want to fight. I want to go from Barrios to Shakur.
Oh, right, straight to it.
Yeah.
What, 47?
44.
You're making 44.
I'll make a whole division called 44. Me and Shakur. Busted. Cap gun. Salary cap. Sir Cap a lot. Kaepernick. All the damn caps. That's Ryan Garcia. But Shakur Stevenson, let's go on this marathon of Shakur Stevenson caps.
Me and you are close to the same size. I'm looking at you, bro.
We ain't close to the same size.
Bro,
We ain't close to the same. All right, you got up to 160 then.
no, fuck no. I'll fight you at 147.
Listen, I'll come back down and fight you at 147 in November.
November, yeah.
Done.
Down.
Done. I'll fight you at 147. I'll fight you at 147. No. Don't hear no excuses. I don't hear no excuses.
But look, after I beat you, just tell me I'm great. Yo, I'm so good at this shit. So it's like I could fight at 35, 40. I may give a little try at 47, just a little try, because I'm little.
Right.
So I'm going to give it my shot, but like truthfully, I'm not a 47-pounder, but I'm so good to where
you could deal with that.
I could carry out in these weight classes. So yeah.
So
You're not even lying.
you will have a rehydration clause at 140?
No, I don't want a rehydration clause.
Oh, you don't. So if he comes down to 140, you don't want no rehydration clause. Only if he comes down to 40. Only if he comes down to 47, you have to go up to 47. Do you want the clause, or you don't want the clause at all?
I only want the clause if I go up to 147, but I don't plan on going up. So at the end of the day, I don't need the clause. We can fight at 140.
You think that man can make 140, Shakur? Honestly.
I mean, I'm just telling you off of his words.
No, I know what he said.
We can't assume that he can't make 140. He said he can as long as he lock in and take it serious. I mean, I will go there for the right fights. Like I just watched Conor Benn. I like Conor Benn too.
Yeah.
No disrespect to
He
him.
tough.
But I will fight him at like 154.
What?
I told you for the right fight.
154?
I swear I will fight him.
Kind of tough, man. He throws hard punches.
Like I said, for the right fights, I'll move up. But the thing that I said, even with Conor Benn, I would want the same weight clause as he put on Eubank.
Yeah.
And that's what I want come fight night with Conor Benn. Now, when I go up to 47 with Devin, is he's gonna allow the same weight clause? Like it becomes a business.
Right.
Like how we gonna do this fight? And if he do shit, let's lock in, gang.
Brother, I don't know how big or small Shakur Stevenson is right now. He called Ryan Garcia small. He said Conor Benn was small. Shakur Stevenson even told Teofimo Lopez, I'm bigger than you thought. I don't even know what size. He's like Adam. He's like the Ant-Man. He could be a giant. He could be tiny. You can't see him. He could go down to a level where it's just, I mean, damn, he could travel through space and time and shit. Right? That's his special power. Shakur Stevenson, we don't know what weight class. He said that he's ready to go to 135 or some shit. Who's next over there and all that stuff, where he's going to remain at 140. So this is how I feel about this situation. Overall, both cap. And really, I think they just trying to stir it up, get everybody hyped up. I think they will meet each other at some point, but they just talking jive. I'm not really into the jive. But if you guys wanted to know how I feel about the back and forth between Ryan Garcia and Shakur Stevenson, since I have a relationship with both those brothers, I think they're cool guys. They both cap. All right, let's talk about what I'm really excited about. Last night, you know, you guys saw that we in the zone war room. I did my live stream commentary of the Elmo Williams and Carlos Adames fight. Carlos Adames remaining champion. But what really stuck out to me was this guy, Omari Jones. You guys heard me last night compare him to some, I'm talking about top of the line fighters in the 90s. Boy, he just reminds me of the G-Man. Like the G-Man without the G-Man power and tenacity. The G-Man, Michael Nunn, and that's him. Omari Jones is a 90s fighter. Everywhere from his stature to his technique, right? His footwork, even his hairstyle and how he wear his facial hair. The guy is wearing the pinstripe Hardaway Orlando Magic trunks. The guy is a complete throwback fighter. Having the dexterity and just the looseness and the bouncing around, you know, the jab, just kind of the mobility of Michael second to none. But he still has like that rangy power, that scary power. Not as great as the G-Man, but when you look at the G-Man and you look at Omari Jones, you can't help but to see, man, this guy reminds me of the G-Man. He is a blend between Michael second to none and the G-Man.
He gets some rounds in. Jones says he wants to end it as quick as possible, and he just dropped the two.
Sullivan missing with the right. And again, snapping the head back of Sullivan. McClellan does with the jabs. Well, the more we talk to, the right hand staggers him. Another one, and down he goes. Fight's over. That's it. 40 seconds into the fight, Gerald McClellan with the.
I had a past first round experience, but that was a great first round experience for Omari Jones.
And that's That's going to do it. Again.
Well, within Matchroom, they certainly have hope that they can get there at some point down the line.
Oh, yeah. Two. The delayed reaction shot.
His eyes swelling fast.
5, 6,
A shot
7
right to the left eye. I don't know if he got poked in the eye. If it was a straight punch, referee gonna wave it off. Stop. I don't know. Look,
And listen, DAZN, I want to get to know this guy. I want the War Room to get some interviews with this guy, his team, and everything. I want to see, is that intentional? Right. I mean, this guy's the Olympic bronze medalist, right? He just, well, I think in Paris, right? Just came from an Olympic bronze medalist. The guy, I think he has everything it takes as far as potential to be a current great fighter. If you start, he start getting those wins and that experience and all those things, I think in the next 3-4 years, we'll be talking about him the way we talk about many of the current fantastic fighters today. Let's look at the highlights of his fight last night and let me know how you feel in the comments below. Showbiz adult. I'm out.
Amari Jones, 5 wins, 4 knockouts, taking on Gomez, who's 5'7" and 32 years old.
Respect the hell and la regla. Respect each other and respect the rules, okay? Touch them up.
All right, Amari Jones, you saw that sign. He's half holy, half hood, Sergio. Whatever you want, the good boy or the bad boy, he's got it. He's taking on Christian Gomez, who said, man, I'm going to be more aggressive and go for the kill like I did earlier in my career. I'm not here to outbox anybody. I'm here to beat him up. 8 rounds, Jones and Gomez in the light middleweight division.
Right off the bat, Jones crossing the center of the ring, making it seem like this is my territory, this is my ring tonight.
I want you to watch how Jones posts out his front lead hand and ranges before he even throws the jab. That's called the post.
Not invade my territory.
Jones 6 inches taller than Christian Gomez, and he's also 9 years younger.
He definitely doesn't seem like 6 inches taller.
You know, Amari Jones came into the pro ranks with a reputation of a boxer. It's what guided him to that Olympic bronze medal.
It's a nice little on-stream surprise.
But he has shown great power early in his career.
A great jab could take you around the world. That's the saying in boxing.
5 wins have come by knockout to the point where he's surprised
Notice how Gomez is just there absorbing and can't really do anything because he can't get in within the range.
himself at how strong he's been in the professional ranks.
Whenever you have length and height and reach and patience and technique, then you can unleash that power. Most power punchers in boxing are tall
Has Gomez touched him yet?
and lean, so it's not really muscle.
Ninote absorbing some body shots. This is not the strategy we thought we were going to see from him. He promises he was going to go from the window to the wall, Sergio.
Oh, he's getting the door slam with that jab right now, right in his face. That right hand's getting closer and closer to landing because he can't compete. Gomez cannot compete with the length and the sharp punching of Amari Jones.
That's all it is, really, is understanding the feet and distance.
Well, I don't know what Gomez's game plan was coming in, but he hasn't implemented any of it. I wouldn't even call this a sparring session up to this point. This is a guy hitting a punching bag.
Literally, that's a very accurate description.
Yeah, the one thing you thought he couldn't do is stand at range and eat punches from Amari Jones.
Jones is not giving him that.
I don't think he's here to do anything, Sergio. I think he's here to go the full 8-round distance. He told us this week he had to get on the inside. He's made no effort so far to get on the inside.
Well, look, that's what I'm talking about. See that left hand? There we go. He is trying to do something, Maddox. He's catching and countering. He threw an uppercut earlier. He can't compete with the height, length, speed, or power of Amari Jones, so he just has to settle for one shot.
Gomez has not landed a power punch at all.
And that's the beauty of Jones.
Yeah.
Good right hand right there by Jones.
At this point, he's just trying not to get hurt.
The best thing I was impressed with this kid in the fighter meetings when we spoke to him, I told him to push these 3 in order. Power, technique, and speed. In your order, what's more important in the hierarchy in boxing? He said, speed number 1, technique number 2, power number 3. I love hearing that from a 22-year-old. Excuse me, 23-year-old.
Well, Gomez said, look, I have to hurt him Early, make him feel my power. I need to reduce his confidence. He has not done that at all.
Let's go, back out.
I wouldn't count Zurdo Ramirez out. That man can take a lot of punishment and can dish it back as well. That's going to be a must-see fight May the 2nd.
Good body shot there from Mari Jones. Just keep sneaking those body shots downstairs. Get that guard down. Just be able to slip that straight right hand in a few times in this round. Try to get Gomez thinking a little bit so you can open himself up.
Looks like a small cut has opened up on the left eye of Gomez. Here's Chris Mannix's scorecard. I don't think we're going to see any surprises.
Now 40-36 in favor of Amari Jones. Just dominating behind that stick. Brilliant jabbing throughout the course of this fight. Gomez isn't doing anything. Like, he has the occasional overhand right that he tries to land. But his plan, as he told us, was to get inside and touch the body of Amari Jones. And I'd be surprised if he landed more than 1 or 2 body shots.
It's Omari that's actually spearing him down stairs to the gut, and that continues stopping Gomez in his track anytime he does get in that front door. That long jab, that long spear, and it's a sharp punch, man. That jab is very, very potent by Amari Jones. There it is, and even exchanging it with his right hand.
Can Gomez be the first to not go down?
I agree with Maddox on this one. I think Omari has controlled and softened up Gomez enough to take a little bit more chances. You know, to go away from this. Simple jab and 1-2. Try to go around the guard with some hooks and be responsible about it, because anytime you're gonna throw a hook, you can bet Gomez is gonna try to catch you with the same punch, you know, punching with you. So check that, and block that hook and come right back. Check and counter.
And we've seen a diversity of Amari Jones's punches over his last few fights. He's been diligent in the gym about expanding his offensive game. His rear uppercut was a weapon for him over the last couple of fights. His body work has been effective. I'd like to see a little bit more of that as we enter this stage. This guy's got nothing for him. This guy can't hurt him. This guy can't beat him. The only question is, can Amari Jones do something spectacular with his next 2 rounds?
Gomez is a sneaky fighter, man. 35, sneaky fighter, hard to knock out. He throws these weird shots. Sometimes you gotta be sharp with him. Yes, you could take some chances now with your Jones, but don't get carried away trying to look for a knockout, trying to impress your fans either. Right there, Jones should have taken advantage of the off balance of the heavier feet of Gomez. Anytime a hard puncher, a heavy-handed puncher misses, they're going to fall off balance. You know, they're accustomed to hitting something always. So take advantage anytime you have a fighter with heavy hand. Sugar Ray Leonard, killer instinct. Oscar De La Hoya, killer instinct. You know, they did it when they had their opponents pummeled and ready to quit, ready to, you know, be taken out of there.
Back out, Marty. Let's go. Back out.
I think Omari Jones is comfortable with cruise control now. I don't think he's going to try to get the stoppage or try to take any more chances. He knows he's in there with a tough Mexican.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds of action here at the Kareem Royale Orlando, we go to the judges' score totals. All 3 judges scored this bout identically, 80-72. But your winner, he's still undefeated, Omari Jones.
For all the examples we've seen, him suing Showtime for $300 million, him foreclosing on multiple properties, him losing on investments on multiple properties, him buying a lot of depreciating assets, and him all of a sudden looking to box very much in the year 2026. Floyd losing money Mayweather, as the chatter says, is in dire straits financially. Now, again, is he got more money than me? Yeah, but he also spends a lot more money than me, which is why I thought him coming back to fight Manny Pacquiao, I mean, it made dollars, so sure, it makes sense. But for him
I ain't playing.
I want to fight.
Damn.
Floyd was built to be the villain. Floyd was built with his opponents that we put in front of him, from Miguel Cotto to everybody. He was the villain. And in a movie, you need the hero and the villain. And Floyd was the perfect villain.
Mm-hmm.
People love to hate him. And guess what? He made a whole career about it, and he's one of the greatest.
Nobody wants to lose.
It certainly helped a lot. But the zero doesn't define you. How many games did the Philadelphia Eagles lose last year?
Right.
How many? I don't know. What was it? 4 or 5?
Yeah.
I can't even remember.
Right.
Okay. This isn't, boxing should not have been. Floyd ruined this sport. Floyd Mayweather ruined this sport. I don't mean that personally.
No, he didn't.
I love him personally, and I love his accomplishments, and he was great to me. He was great to Showtime, and I'm friends with him to this day, and I admire and respect him. But he ruined the sport because the only thing that mattered was the zero.
Yes.
Okay, and so what did that do to all of these other fighters?
Everyone else worried
It's
about
a
the zero.
But we do that too, though. Because if a guy loses a fight, we throw him to the wayside now, Jim.
Well, it's not the NCAA tournament. It shouldn't be that.
I know.
Look at when Duran and Hagler and Hearns and Leonard and all these guys fighting each other all the time.
But we didn't criticize them when they lost. When Sugar Ray lost to Duran, we didn't criticize it. When Hearns lost to Leonard, we didn't criticize it. When Hagler lost, we didn't criticize it. These guys lose now. If Shakur Stevenson lose now, we're going to criticize them. If Tank Davis
why are you doing that?
because I've been following the fight.
Right.
I'm old enough to remember the 80s when they had the Four Horsemen and they fought. The best fought the best.
Yeah.
It wasn't no ducking and dodging. In the 70s, the heavyweight, Norton fought. Foreman fought.
We didn't get mad at Frazier when Foreman beat him.
3 times.
Right.
Foreman fought Ali 3 times. But
No, Frazier fought Ali 3 times.
Yeah.
Foreman and Frazier fought once.
That was enough.
Yes. Yeah, he damn near went through the rope. That was it.
Mayweather may have just scammed Netflix and Pacquiao. It turns out Floyd Mayweather not only signed for a professionally sanctioned fight versus Pacquiao, he also already took the payment, and now he's backpedaling on the terms. So yeah, MP Promotion CEO Jazz Mather exposed Mayweather after Floyd said that his upcoming fight versus Pacquiao is not a real fight, basically suggesting that his 50-0 won't be at risk. MP Promotions revealed that Floyd not only signed a professionally sanctioned fight versus Pacquiao and Netflix, he also already took an advance payment for his purse. That being said, everything that Mayweather told the press lately continues to contradict what he allegedly signed on paper with Pacquiao and Netflix. And now he's been given an ultimatum to rectify and retract his statements or legal actions will be taken, and this whole thing ain't gonna be cheap and could further cost Floyd more money.
The hype train derailed the second Floyd grabbed a microphone at an MGM Grand meet and greet. Without warning, he casually told reporters that the bout was nothing more than an exhibition to entertain the fans, claiming the location wasn't even locked in. This sudden twist sent shockwaves through the combat sports world, sparking massive outrage. Suddenly, the narrative shifted from a legendary rematch to a suspected heist, prompting sports commentators like Shannon Sharp to absolutely go off, tearing apart Mayweather's real motives and exposing a situation that is spiraling into a legal disaster.
Floyd Mayweather Jr. claimed Saturday that the potential rematch with Manny Pacquiao would only be an exhibition. Jasper Tour, CEO's manager, CEO of Manny Pacquiao Promotion, and the event producer fired back, strongly opposing, saying Floyd is in breach of the contract. Floyd signed not 1, not 2, but 3 different agreements on 3 different dates, 2 different parties that ultimately got intertwined in a month of January, and this is all related to his return to professional boxing. First one, October 24th, the second one, November the 6th, the third one, December 14th. He received money for all 3 agreements when he signed them. Not only that, but he has taken out an advance on his purse to fight Pacquiao.
Got your ass.
Hold on, Ocho, hold on. Manny Pacquiao said he does not want to put the record, if he's scared not to put the record on the line, professional boxing match, not only should they have never executed these agreements, this is what Pacquiao manager said. If he's scared of Manny and does not want to put the record on the line in a professional boxing match, not only should he have never executed these agreements, but he should have just come right out and said because Manny ain't.
Behind the scenes, the truth about the paperwork paints a very different picture. Pacquiao's camp, led by Manny Pacquiao Promotions CEO Jas Mathur, wasted no time firing back and completely dismantling Floyd's new narrative. They laid all the cards on the table, confirming that Mayweather didn't just sign one, but 3 separate agreements between October and December. Every single one of those contracts explicitly stated this would be a professional bout. There was absolutely zero mention of headgear, shortened rounds, or exhibition rules.
The main event bout of the boxing program will be a boxing match between Manny Pacquiao and Mayweather. The match will be a professional and sanctioned match and shall count on the official professional records of Mayweather and Pacquiao, and the final rules for which shall be subject to the mutual agreement of Pacquiao and Mayweather and subject to further approval of Netflix.
Okay, so I don't hear exhibition nowhere near in that statement.
The word professional is in this contract 11 times.
Oh, wow.
Another part, and which will be a professional and sanctioned boxing match and shall count on the official professional records of Mayweather and Pacquiao.
Yeah, I don't get exhibition from that.
Listen, here's the thing, right? If anybody wants to talk, right, back it up. Because we can back it up. So Floyd wants to come out and start being an actor. I mean, he should go audition for a movie instead. Okay? Simple. I rest my case.
But here's where the story takes a dark turn. Insiders revealed that Floyd allegedly secured massive cash advances on his fight purse under the strict guise of a legitimate contest. Taking the bag and then attempting to alter the fundamental rules of the fight is a dangerous game. By trying to switch the terms to protect him.
That's honestly probably the reason why he came out and said it's an exhibition now after he already took the money.
His spotless record after cashing the checks. Pacquiao's team officially declared Mayweather in breach of contract.
Is there like a deadline for Mayweather to formally commit to the professional terms? Because I know by signing it, and it sounds like everything's agreed, but is there, I guess, somewhat of a timeline by any chance, or is it fully?
No, right now he's in the breach. He's in a breach. He has to provide, some form of acknowledgement that he is going to cure this breach by tomorrow, end of business day. And if there's no acknowledgement that he intends on curing these multiple breaches, I'm not just saying one. I mean, listen, one of the breaches in there is his Greece fight that he's posting, his exhibition against the Greece fighter, the Greek fighter. Like, he can't do that. He can't do that fight. It's a direct breach of this contract. So he has to provide a notice that he's willing to cure. His team has to provide that. And if they don't, then it's next steps. So we're not at a liberty to disclose every single thing that's going on or the nitty gritty of the contracts or the details. But I mean, you're not dealing with a mom and pop operation here, right? I mean, look at who's behind the event. So obviously you can be sure that these contracts are buttoned up.
The internet caught fire when Shannon Sharp and Chad Johnson unpacked the chaos on their hit show Nightcap.
Hey, I mean, it's unfortunate that it's come to what it's come to. Obviously, when we first heard about him having a 3-fight deal, we understood why he's having a 3-fight deal. I gave my name to people that he could have fought, that could have helped him if he was in financial crisis. And needed to recoup some of that money back. And Manny Pacquiao was one of the names. It's crazy that it's even got to this point. I don't even know what to think about it at this point. Obviously, signing multiple deals and getting in advance and having them pay you ahead of the fight. I mean, like, is that normal? Does that happen?
I mean, you.
No.
Ocho. I've known players that they burn through their money. They take out an advance on next year's salary.
No.
Yes.
Wait, hold on. Wait, bring that. Hold on. Time out. Time.
Sharp held nothing back, launching into a viral takedown of the undefeated champion. He stripped away the PR spin and got straight to the core of the issue: fear. Unsee boldly stated that Mayweather is terrified of stepping into the ring for a real fight against an opponent who still poses a genuine threat. While Floyd has spent the last few years dancing around the ring with internet personalities and retired legends, Pacquiao has remained active, sharp, and hungry against legitimate professional competition.
What is the most difficult part of your training for a fight?
During training, all things is difficult. When you push extra mile, like the way you run, the way you hard work at the gym, it's everything is hard when you give more extra effort and pushing yourself to the limit. So that's training. That's hard work. If you ask me, as a boxer, I don't need somebody to push me to work hard, work more. But I did. I was put that in my mind when I'm in training. I have to do extra mile to get that condition. Like, for example, my fight is 12 rounds, so I'm doing 30 rounds, at least 30 to 36 rounds every day. So that's that's 30 rounds and 36 rounds that's a hard push, like not like taking lightly, but just push 30 rounds. So when you get to the ring, so whatever happens, I have stamina, I have gas, whatever happens. So that's the makes the fans happy and enjoy the show because of action. Because if I'm a fan, if I'm a fan, I'm going to watch a fight. So I want to see a fight that more on action because that's what I want to see. In a fight. So make the fans satisfied with their effort to watch.
Sharp argued that the exhibition label is nothing more than a convenient shield. It allows Floyd to cash a massive check without risking the one thing he values most in this world: that pristine, untouched 50-0 record. The commentary resonated instantly, putting Floyd's legacy under a harsh, unforgiving microscope.
Man, I hope ain't none of this true, man. I know they're pretty much quotes, but I hope Floyd ain't in that predicament, bro.
I
hope so too, Joe. I hope so too.
If you think about it, I mean, I love Floyd. I love the lifestyle. I love Floyd, the boxer, as well. But when you look at the way he lives life, you look at the way he does things, the entourage, the women, the jewelry, the bags, it's almost impossible. And you would understand that, Joe. You would also understand it's impossible to maintain a lifestyle like that when you're not still fighting.
Unless you got $200, $300 million coming in.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
You know? I mean,
because you got money going out and ain't got
you don't have enough coming in to maintain it.
I don't care how much you make, Ocho. How much did you keep?
Right. There you go.
It ain't how much you make, it's how much you keep. So imagine you make $1 billion. So in other words, he lives in Vegas. If he made $1 billion, he made $630 million. Now that's what he made. What is his lifestyle? When you got 2 jets, you got people, and they said that he had people to wash his cars, even the ones that he wasn't driving. $1,000 haircuts. You got maid, you got entourage, you flying all these people. I mean, I've never seen Floyd out in public without 6 bodyguards.
It adds up.
They ain't working for free.
Yeah.
The relentless pursuit of easy paydays at nearly 50 years old raises a massive red flag, and the whispers in the boxing community are getting louder. Why is a self-proclaimed billionaire unretiring, taking heavy cash advances and juggling multiple fight deals? The rumor mill is churning out a shocking theory. The money might be running dry.
Man, I hope ain't none of this true, man. I know they're pretty much quotes, but I hope Floyd ain't in that predicament, bro.
I
hope so too, Joe. I hope so too.
If you think about it, I mean, I love Floyd. I love the lifestyle. I love Floyd the boxer as well. But when you look at the way he lives life, you look at the way he does things, the entourage, the women, the jewelry, the bags, it's almost impossible. And you would understand that, Joe, you would also understand it. It's impossible to maintain a lifestyle like that when you're not still fighting.
Unless you got $200, $300 million coming in.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
because you got money going out and ain't got
well,
none
you don't have
coming
enough coming in to maintain it.
I don't care how much you make, Ocho. How much did you keep?
Right.
Come
there
on
you
now.
go. There you
It ain't
go.
how much you make, it's how much you keep. So imagine you make $1 billion. So in other words, he lives in Vegas. If he made $1 billion, he made $630 million. Now that's what he made. What is his lifestyle? Well, you got 2 jets. You got people, you know, and they said that he had people to wash his cars, even the ones that he wasn't driving. $1,000 haircuts. You got maid, you got entourage, you flying all these people. I mean, I've never seen Floyd out in public without 6 bodyguards.
It adds up.
They ain't working for free.
Yeah.
During a revealing segment, DJ Vlad shared a conversation with a highly connected elite jeweler who caters to the biggest names in the industry. The source bluntly claimed that Mayweather is tapped out because his spending habits are completely out of control.
Mayweather, now that we're on the subject of him, see what's going on with him.
What about him? I heard a few things.
He's going through some money issues.
Financial problems?
Yeah, like
you know what's crazy? I don't know whether it's true, but I was hanging out at Wes Watson's house, right? He's a big like fitness influencer.
Yeah, I know
I was in, you know who he is, right? So we did a house tour.
ball head is a dude.
Yeah,
Yeah,
white dude, big,
like prisoner guy.
prisoner
Yeah, I
dude,
know
right?
what you're
Exactly. So, but when we're getting ready to shoot, he's got like these kind of people at his house,
right?
And there's this like old school jeweler dude there. Like they're like, oh, this is like one of the OG jeweler guys. This is like who everyone else gets their stuff from. And he told me, I'm not gonna say who it is. But he's like, Mayweather's broke. I said, no. He's like, no, really, Mayweather's broke. Now I don't know if it's true.
Right.
This is what this guy told me. I'm like, how could he be broke? He's like, yo, he spends like crazy.
Yeah.
Spends like
I
crazy.
mean, it only could go but so long. I mean, and you're not fighting.
Yeah.
Because I don't see Mayweather even doing any goofy shit like that.
But you would think that your investments would continue to grow,
right?
As long as you keep your spending under wraps. Like right now, like I could retire right now. This could be my last interview ever,
right?
And with my investments, you know, I invested into a lot of great companies like Google and Amazon and Tesla over the years, and those companies have all grown and continue to grow, right? And I could actually borrow money against my stock portfolio without even selling my stocks,
right?
So I assumed that Mayweather was in a similar spot because he made so much cash. And if you invested even in common stocks, you should do pretty well. But
maintaining massive entourages, purchasing multi-million-dollar luxury bags, and fueling an incredibly lavish lifestyle requires constant, massive cash flow. This speculation gains even more weight when you look at Floyd's recent legal maneuvers. He recently launched a staggering $340 million lawsuit against Showtime. When a fighter known as Money starts chasing advances and filing massive lawsuits, people start connecting the dots.
Mayweather never flies commercial. He's only flying private.
So he doesn't own his own plane?
I don't think so. I've never seen a Mayweather plane, like a Drake plane. I've never seen that. Not to say that he doesn't. I don't know Mayweather like that. I've never even met him. So I don't know. I mean, you have a lot of properties. You have a lot of money you're constantly spending.
Right.
I don't know. Remember at one point he said he was buying like the jewelry district building.
Yeah, and they said
that wasn't true.
Was
I don't know, man. I don't know this man's finance, but this guy told me that Mayweather is in financial problems.
See, here's the shitty part about actually losing your money when you're on that level and you're, kind of like flossing and showing off. Nobody gives a shit. Like there's people actually praying for you to be broke. And then when you do go broke, that's what people are going to say. Yeah. Oh, well, you should have invested better. Nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to give him any loans. So now, we might see Mayweather doing.
People will give him some loans.
Maybe.
Listen, he's cozying up to Israel. That's
but
not
the
an
thing
accident.
about it is, he had Mayweather Promotions.
Yeah.
And he was hosting a big, he had Javante Davis under his cars. And so that's a
yeah, but look what happened to Javante.
Right. So if you
arrested.
can sustain that, you don't ever have to box again. But now has to take fights because when you floss like Mayweather, you can't go down.
Yeah.
You got to stay right there because people are gonna peep any kind of chinks in your armor if you're not wearing 3 or 4 big $1 million diamond chains.
The backlash isn't just coming from sports analysts. Floyd's own peers are turning on him. The boxing world has grown exhausted by the circus acts, and legends are starting to speak out. Oscar De La Hoya publicly roasted Mayweather, urging him to stop obsessing over a paper record and give the fans the real fight they deserve. He reminded everyone that invincibility is an illusion, pointing out that Floyd has faced immense struggles in the ring before.
Yo, what's up, guys? I wasn't going to do a clapback, but all the news on Mayweather, Pacquiao, potentially falling apart. I mean, I have to say this. Mayweather, come on, dude. Fight a real fight. You're still trying to protect your O. Yes, you're 50-0 on paper, but people know you've lost. Shit, your own father said you lost against me back when we fought. And what's crazy is that people don't know that we had a rematch clause for 1 year. And what do? Your pussy ass retires for 1 year and 1 day. Bro, ever since I got beat up by Manny Pacquiao in my last fight, I've wanted to fight every single day, but I couldn't because I wasn't right. Physically, emotionally, I just wasn't right. All that depression, all that shit that I had within my spirit. But now these last 5 years, I've put in the work, man. Woo! I did a lot of work and I feel happy. I feel at peace. And you know what? A man at peace is a dangerous fucking man. I can fucking take on King Kong if I want and beat his ass. Shit, I'll even fight Jake Paul. Let's go.
The mockery didn't stop there. 50 Cent jumped on social media to ruthlessly troll Floyd over the Showtime lawsuit, telling him to stop crying and lace up his gloves.
He asked me to help him with Mayweather Promotions.
Right.
Then as he actually got in, I took a look. I realized there is no Mayweather Promotions. There's no LLC. There's no seal. It's not incorporated. It's just a
name.
Yeah,
that comes out people's mouths.
Right. See, technically, Floyd is a Golden Boy fighter. You see what I'm saying? He fights on every Golden Boy card. They do all the footwork on
like
every
the
show.
negotiations and the imprint, the paperwork.
They build the whole show. So when he says helping with Mayweather Promotions and it's not there, I go, okay, I know what he means. He wants me to
get it together.
Put it together for him. So I do TMT Promotions. I get it all the way together. Sign the actual fighters. We had acquisition of Gamboa. It's like I had to negotiate a release. It was $1.2 million. Andre Durrell, IBF champion Billy Dip, WBA champion Celestino Calabero. So we brought them over. I brought him over while Floyd was, still incarcerated.
Yeah.
Then he comes home. There's the Let's Get Floyd Back in Pocket campaign that goes on where, it's $300,000 chains being bought and buying the new Lamborghini and all these new things. And I'm sitting there going, yo, when you gonna give me the money?
Because you'd already invested.
Right, like when you gonna give me your half of the money back. But I ain't trying to press him because he just got out of jail, right? So it's like, let him cool his heels before you.
Was that in the millions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Even active stars like David Benavidez and veteran analysts like Paulie Malignaggi view this entire ordeal as a desperate cash grab. To them, the magic is gone. What should be a legendary clash of titans now feels like a hollow spectacle driven entirely by financial desperation rather than competitive spirit.
And why are we attempting to tease Floyd? Is Floyd? Yes, he's broke. Of course he's broke. He's a boxer. Did they say he can't read? That's not to tease him. They say that he can't read. His best friend at the time said that he can't read, and he never denied it. I don't tease him for it. He grew up in a boxing gym, right? It's one of these things. You know what you know. You know what you were taught. I didn't teach him about contracts. I didn't teach him about saving. I didn't teach him about investments. Who would have taught him these things? Of course he's broke. He's a gambling addict. He got baby mamas all over the. What do you mean? Is he broke? Of course he's broke. What boxer do you know that isn't broke? What a ridiculous question. But it's the fact that they're attempting to tease him. I mean, first off, they're asking the question. Look, I've told you until I'm blue in the face. The numbers that you hear in boxing simply aren't true. Floyd made $1 billion. No, he didn't. Floyd and Conor made $500 million. No, they didn't. Of course they didn't. Nobody's ever confirmed that.
Time is rapidly running out for Mayweather to fix this mess. Pacquiao's camp is not playing games, issuing a strict cure period deadline. If Floyd does not provide written, legally binding confirmation that he will honor the original professional fight contract, he is going to face an apocalyptic 8 to 9 figure lawsuit. The contrast between the two fighters right now couldn't be more jarring. Manny is secluded in a brutal, highly disciplined training camp, preparing for an absolute war. He wants revenge and is sharpening his tools for a real fight.
Well, God, you know what's crazy about him is his calves.
Yeah.
When you look at
Massive.
that, they're giant. They're like a thigh.
And I know the reason why, because in General Santos, the mountains that he runs and that steep hill, that's why they're so big, because he's always constantly running the mountains. And I was doing the mountain runs with him.
Yeah.
My calves started getting bigger and bigger. But I understand, why his calves are huge. But he's always bouncing. He's always moving around.
Yes.
Like, he'll bounce for like 20-something rounds. He'll do his pads and he's jumping up and down. And he really is an unbelievable person, unbelievable athlete, and a legend of the sport. I think as time progresses, people are really going to appreciate his greatness.
Yeah, and coming back from defeats too. I mean, he's a guy that's had his downs.
Yeah.
He's had his ups and his downs, and he always smiling and always friendly to people. It's like he's so admirable just as a human.
Floyd, on the other hand, is busy lining up alternative low-risk paydays, including an exhibition with a kickboxer in Greece and another potential sparring match with Mike Tyson. Pacquiao has made his stance crystal clear. He has zero interest in a glorified sparring session. It is a real fight, or he walks away, leaving Floyd to deal with the legal fallout.
Everybody, the last few days, there's been rumors swirling around about you and Mayweather, and he's saying he's going to be an exhibition, you saying it's going to be a fight. And the second part of the question is, how would you face him for the second time after the first decision?
That's proposed of exhibition that was long time ago, year after our first fight, but I didn't agree. And then I want a real fight. So he signed what I signed. He signed a real fight, and I signed a real fight. And he got his advance. So there's no reason to make excuses of that. So that's true.
Well, we all look forward to that fight.
I mean, he signed a real fight, and he got his advance. So then now makes excuses, no.
The walls are closing in on the most defensive fighter in boxing history, and this time, he can't slip the punch. Mayweather is cornered by his own contracts, his lifestyle, and a fiercely motivated rival who refuses to back down. If he steps into the ring for a sanctioned bout, he risks shattering the legacy he has spent his entire life building. But if he tries to run from the challenge, he faces a catastrophic financial penalty that could bring his empire to its knees. The man who dictated the terms of every fight in his career has finally lost control of the narrative. Now the entire combat sports world is watching, waiting to see if he will protect his pride or his bank account. What do you think Floyd will do? Will he risk it all against Manny, or will he find a way out? Drop your...
Big respect, big respect. Let's do it. None of that. Let's do it. Let's do it.
We saw AJ proper willing Dell on ringside. Is Deontay Wilder still a fight of interest?
Absolutely. It's a big fight. It's a big fight. Fought Wilder boxed well, to be fair. He was under a lot of pressure, took some good shots. I thought he started to get his confidence a little bit, because obviously his confidence has been lacking. I thought it was a great fight. Listen, it was tough for them. I thought the right man won. Close fight, but Dell was amazing. It was always going to be that kind of fight. Respect to both. It's a decision for Derek, but I think he's done incredible in the sport. Don't think he's got a lot more.
But for me, that's a great fight. It's a fight I want to see. I think it will sell. It's a big one. So Eddie Hearn advising AJ to take the Wilder fight or to push for the Wilder fight is probably good advice. But I'm not so sure it's one that Anthony Joshua himself actually fancies. If I speak from my heart, I'm being totally honest. I don't think AJ fancies that fight. Don't get me wrong, he'll jump in and have a go, but that's the fight for Wilder. Try and get AJ in there and because that's a big money fight. He'll get paid well, and it's a fight he can win.
Anthony Joshua is just in front of us here. Maybe we can say hello to him. He's coming over. Hey AJ, how are you? How you doing? Great to have you here.
Thank you for having me. It's good to see you.
True. Hey, if Wilder wins tonight, do you climb in there and knock him out?
Chisora would have done it already.
Brilliant. Back to you guys.
Deontay Wilder pointed a finger and demanded they finally settle a feud nearly a decade in the making. The internet exploded, but what caught everyone's attention was Joshua's terrifyingly cold, unfazed demeanor. He didn't flinch. He just stared right back, absorbing the moment. Hashtags immediately flooded social platforms as fans dissected the confrontation from every angle.
Did you exchange a few words with Anthony Joshua?
It wasn't an exchange. I mean, it wasn't a few words. You know, I dapped it up with him, and I said, now let's get it on. And it was simple as that.
You think fight you on next, Deontay?
I'm ready for whoever. You know, it's whoever. As long as these guys is in the heavyweight division, I'm here. You know, like I said, you can call me Mr. Clean because I want to clean up the whole division. The heavyweight division is nothing without Deontay Wilder. The character that I bring, the things that I say. What other fighter you know make things go viral? From the things that he say from different interviews and stuff. I don't know not one. You know, and with that being said, you need that type of character. Somebody that's real, somebody that's passionate about what he say. And unapologetic for what he say, because I feel what I say and I mean what I say. These are not emotions that I speak from. This is passion in my heart that I speak from. A lot of these guys are scared to speak about certain things, especially in just. You know, they're scared, but I am not. I'm not afraid. And a lot of people do things to stay relevant, but all my accomplishments. Most of my accomplishments have been set in stone within a statue, so I don't have to do much to stay relevant. Because when I die, I'll always be remembered, no matter what.
The highlight reels show Wilder getting his hand raised in a chaotic split decision victory over Derek Chisora. But the dark reality inside those ropes paints a completely different picture. While the cameras focused on the celebration, Wilder was furiously accusing the referee of putting his life in danger. He claimed he took 10 to 12 illegal shots to the back of the head, blows so severe they left him dizzy and fearing for his long-term safety. Wilder argued that a competent official would have stopped the fight by the third round, preventing the veteran Chisora from taking unnecessary punishment.
It's crazy. I mean, you're looking at, if the ref was fair, you're looking at a third round stoppage. It's so many things went on. I got hit in the back of the head like at least 10 to 12 different times. And then when I finally want to retaliate and hit back, you point fingers at me. Deontay, I'm like, man, this man keep hitting me in the back of the head. I'm getting dizzy at times, but I'm bouncing back. I'm getting dizzy, but I'm bouncing back. You know how many fighters got hit in the head and don't wake up tomorrow? That's why I might not even go to sleep tonight, because of the awareness of the awareness of getting hit in the back of the head and you not waking up tomorrow, or something happening or something forming. I feel good externally, but internally something may be developing inside of me that I can't see right now, because a referee decided to allow something to happen that it shouldn't have happened. That was one of the things the referee asked, do we have questions? And Shelley brought it to his attention. It was one of the things we warned him to not do. It's allow him to hit.
Speaking of Chisora, the sheer toll of the bout left the legend utterly exhausted, heavily hinting that his 50th fight might be his final walk to the ring. The fight was a mess, but the real fireworks were just starting outside the ropes.
Honest with you, I'm tired now. I can't do it anymore. You know, when you know it's time, it's just time. You know, I've had a great career. You know, I always say boxing opens doors and he opens legs as well. Yeah, so it's been amazing.
Are there other avenues that you want to take within boxing if there's not in ring at this stage?
I know Zeus emailed me. They said they want me to come and join them. So
Scumbag. Scumbag.
Nah, we'll see. I don't know. Right now, I'm just gonna chill out. Thank you, Misfits, maybe. Ooh, that's a good one. Can I fight your heavyweights at Misfits?
Chase tomorrow night?
Yeah. Done. I'm going Misfits now.
He's back.
I'm back. Thank you very much.
That chaotic energy carried straight into the post-fight pressers, where Wilder dropped a massive bombshell. He publicly labeled Joshua a coward, claiming AJ's team literally ran away from a guaranteed $50 million payday. According to Wilder, the refusal to take that massive bag proves Joshua is terrified. But Joshua wasn't about to sit quietly while his name was dragged. He fired back with ruthless precision, completely shutting down what he called Wilder's delusional knockout threats. For AJ, the holdup isn't about fear. It's about respect and actual business. He demanded an end to fantasy contracts and smoke and mirrors negotiations. Joshua made it crystal clear. He is the biggest draw in worldwide boxing. When you can sell out Wembley Stadium with a single tweet, you don't take a flat fee. You dictate the terms and you take the lion's share of the revenue.
I'm not going to make this breakdown complex at all. We all know that Wilder doesn't have a jab, he doesn't have feet, he doesn't have head movement, he just has the right hand. Anthony AJ Joshua, textbook, fantastic heavyweight. But when you look at his fight against Dubois, he couldn't get away from the right hand, which makes you think Deontay the Bronze Bomber Wilder has a significant chance. But like I said at the beginning of this video, there's a line that is drawn, and the line stops there, because the next time you see Anthony AJ Joshua, it's against Jake Paul. And Jake Paul, he's not a fantastic fighter, but neither is Wilder. Jake Paul only has one weapon, so does Wilder. And if you look at Anthony AJ Joshua, he made sure he was responsible even against a Jake Paul. But Jake Paul did hit him with a winging right that landed flush. But AJ invited it, trying to take steam off of it and counter with his right. That is the one thing he can't try to do against Deontay Wilder. If he tries that, Deontay Wilder will.
While the fighters argue over the money, the boxing world is having a vicious debate of its own. Across the internet, fans are zeroing in on one uncomfortable question. If Joshua got hit with the same massive overhand rights that an aging Chisora somehow absorbed, would he even survive the round? It's a ruthless assessment of AJ's chin against Wilder's legendary earth-shattering power. Many observers believe Wilder's raw strength would snap Joshua's defenses in half, but Joshua's supporters and AJ himself see it differently. They point out the explosive counter-argument. Wilder might have a devastating right hand, but Joshua possesses a highly technical, powerful left hook. It's a classic, dangerous clash of styles, and Joshua knows that this stylistic dynamite is exactly why the world is desperate to see them finally trade blows.
So, we're going to talk about it. Deontay Wilder versus Anthony Joshua. Apparently, the fans want to see this fight. I do not believe that Deontay Wilder can beat Anthony Joshua. I just think Deontay Wilder, even though he took a win against Chisora, I think he's on the decline. I think Anthony Joshua is on the incline. We've been seeing him improve in boxing. Anthony Joshua has a lot more skill than he started with. I feel like Deontay Wilder, since he's 40 now, his athleticism, which is what took him to the top, not his boxing skills, is gone. Like, I'm not saying it's completely gone, but it's not what it used to be. And the older you get, the more you...
Naturally, you can't have a heavyweight debate without Tyson Fury inserting himself into the drama. The Gypsy King recently went viral with a bold prediction, claiming that if the two ever fought, Wilder would flatline Joshua in just 2 rounds.
AJ's a limited opponent. He's big and strong, and that's it. He isn't going to bring anything to the ring that you're not expecting. He's not going to get on his toes and dance around for 10 rounds. You know what you get with him. He's going to come forward in a straight line, with his hands up round his head, look to land power punches. He's doing well, and he's got some belts. But is he a better fighter than Deontay Wilder? In my opinion, he's not. And if them two fought, I believe that Wilder would not.
It was a heavy statement designed to get under AJ's skin, but it failed completely. Joshua brushed the prediction off without a second thought, publicly dismissing Fury as a waffler. He pointed out that Fury has a long track record of getting his predictions spectacularly wrong, reminding everyone how Fury previously bet against him and lost. Joshua made it known that he doesn't let outside noise disrupt his focus. His mental state is locked in, which is incredibly important considering the deep personal battles he's been quietly fighting behind the scenes.
In my time of boxing, I used to listen to a lot of it because I respected him. He was he'd been professional now 11 years, 12 years. So I thought the man's talking from a whole heap and a whole wealth of experience. But then I started realizing that's just waffle. When he said that Conor McGregor was going to train him and all that stuff, and then Conor was like, "I've never heard of Tyson Fury wanting to come to the gym and stuff like that." I thought, hang on a minute, that's waffle. He said that Charles Martin was going to beat me. He said a lot of things, so you start to realize that this person's just talking for the sake of it. So him saying that, I don't know if he really means it or he's just saying that as Tyson.
Recently, Joshua's life outside the ring took a painful turn. A tragic vehicle accident in Nigeria claimed the lives of two of his close friends, an event impact far beyond what female opponents typically produce.
She claims that his gloves were tempered, right? And that this nonsense. It was
And fix my settings. But also, this I'm gonna assume you could see the shared screen. I don't think you can see the shared screen, so let me go ahead and add it to stage like that. And yeah, apparently she got knocked out by a man.
Yeah. Oh.
But she also knows it's never going to happen. Aside from that, too, she thanked me because I knocked out the dude that had knocked her out in sparring. I knocked him out in my 11th fight. And then I brought up the story of when I first met her, and she got defensive. And it's divided for a reason.
Rick, I got dropped. I didn't get knocked out.
No.
From the footage that people be posting, I got dropped and I was laying there. One, I probably never been hit that hard with like a bare knuckle before, and that's what happened. But as I got back up, I sparred another guy.
What you mean a bare knuckle? You had on gloves. Why she lying?
Just because I'm a woman sparring against a man, and then it happened one time, it didn't deter me from sparring other men. That happened when I was going for my second world title.
The boxing world was stirred into controversy when Rolando Romero allegedly leaked footage claiming to show Claressa Shields being knocked out during a sparring session with a male. Impact far beyond what female opponents typically produce.
She claims that his gloves were tempered, right? And that this nonsense, it was ridiculous, right? I was just listening to her. But the fact that the gloves didn't drop you, it's the bad technique of Claressa Shields. When she punched, she hooked with a hooker and dropped the right hand. She always overloads on punches, and she got hit by a man, a smaller man, and got dropped with big gloves. Can you imagine if that same punch would have landed with 8 or 10 ounce gloves by that same smaller man? She would have been out. As it is, she was on the ground for a few seconds, straight on her back with headgear and oversized gloves. Stop with the nonsense. You can't beat a man. So stop trying to emulate, act, and talk like a great man and just be the greatest woman of all time like you say you are, because I think you're great. And in the women's side of things, you are unbelievably great.
Before her exchange with Rolly Romero, Claressa had already made bold claims, calling out Keith Thurman and stating she could defeat Sean Porter and even Gennady Golovkin.
It's weird, like, if I was to say, like, which is the guy I think I could beat up, I think I could beat up Keith Thurman.
Really?
I really do. I think I could beat up Keith Thurman, even though, you know, they like, oh, you know, he beat Sean Porter. I think I could beat Sean Porter, too, you know, skill-wise and just...
This is where I feel she has brain damage or CTE already.
Strength-wise, I think that they may be stronger than me, but their boxing abilities isn't like mine. Triple G, he's older now, but I can give Triple G a run for his money. I give him a run for his money.
Well, you did say you want to fight Keith Thurman, and who was the other person? I forgot.
Recently?
Not recently, but
No,
over the
so
years.
look, they asked me questions and I answered them. The question a long time ago was, who is a male fighter I think I could beat in a boxing match?
Mm-hmm.
I said Sean Porter and Keith Thurman. Why? I like their boxing skills. They both big, strong men. I respect both of them. But when I look at how they box and how I'm boxing, I'm like, man, if I can shake and bake and go to the body and do my little stuff, I feel like I'm better skilled than them. Am I stronger than them? No. But, I mean, have I really ever been stronger than a lot of people? It's like, strength is not my thing when it comes to a fight.
Shields has often doubled down on her confidence and belief in her own abilities, even when critics say she's overreaching.
Some of these guys are so intimidated that I'm just so strong and so confident and so great at what I do. They're intimidated that they think, like, dang, if I was to fight her, she could probably beat me up. That's intimidating for a man. I don't go around like, oh, I'll beat up these men. What's up with you, Charlamagne? You want to
That's literally what you do.
fight? You want to fight DJ Envy? What's
Nope,
up?
don't
I
wanna
don't
fight.
walk around like that.
In past interviews, she suggested that male fighters might be intimidated by her strength and defensive skills, and has even challenged detractors to rethink their assumptions about her toughness.
Strength is not my thing when it comes to a fight. Strength is not my thing. It's about skill, precision, and I know how to win. But I got some power too. But no, I'm not trying to knock everybody out. Like I'm a boxer, you know what I'm saying? And move around and move my head. Like I'm pretty skilled in all the departments. That's why they call me the female TBE.
Y'all better leave Claressa alone. in
That's
that
a
ring.
fact. Many boxing fans have reacted skeptically to Shields' outspoken claims that she could beat Rolando Romero in a fight. Critics on social media say she should reconsider her statements, warning that if such a bout ever happened, Romero's power and experience at welterweight would likely give him a decisive advantage.
Hey, look, it's over. It's not going to happen. Claressa, you're not going to win. I'm telling you right now, it's not going to happen. You can be the best female boxer. You can have all the moves in the world. You don't possess the power a man has. If Keith hits her one good time, her emotions are going to take over. She's not going to be boxing anymore. She's going to be swinging all wild because she's upset. I wish some women would help her and explain to her, look, it's not going to happen. Don't you know the strongest female bodybuilder is weaker than the weakest man bodybuilder? Don't hold back. It's over for her. It is over. There is no chance in the world. Claressa,
I think she knows these things. She's just purposely trying to say this for shock value.
time is ticking. If I were you, I would call this fight off because you are going to get steamrolled if this man don't hold back.
Romero described his first encounters with Claressa Shields as unusual and somewhat tense. They first met in 2015 when Shields' boyfriend gave him a ride during the Olympic trials, but tensions flared as Claressa did not like it and kept calling Raleigh weird names, leaving him confused by her behavior.
Where exactly did this come from? Because it feels like it came out of left field. You got the women's heavyweight champion calling for you.
I met Claressa Shields October 26th of 2015. I remember I had just lost. I shut both his dudes' eyes in Memphis, Tennessee, and they're doing the Olympic trials for women right there.
Yeah.
And I yelled at the ref, and they gave the decision to the dude, even though he couldn't fight the next day. Both of his eyes were. It was a complete one-sided fight, to the point where he even said I won, and they didn't want to overturn the decision. He's like, well, I can't even fight the next day, and they're like, just give him the fight, and they didn't want to. I remember I wake up.
I would like to investigate how true that story actually is. I've never heard of an instance like that. Yes, there are people who don't want to fight the next day or incapable of fighting the next day because of injuries, but I've never heard of anybody be like, just give him the fight, give him the decision.
I wake up late, and I missed the shuttle, because I went to go to venue, and I missed the shuttle, right? And a guy comes up to me, he's like, "Oh, are you heading to venue?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Well, we got a car." And I'm like, okay. He's like, "Yeah, well."
Why you sound like you about to cry?
If you're right, I'm like, okay. I get in the car. Claressa Shields goes in the car. It was her boyfriend at the time, and he's like, and she's like, "Why you putting these bums in the car and all that stuff and all?" And I'm just like,
"Whoa, what?
Huh? I'm a bum. I wasn't gonna do anything." I get whatever. I felt weird. I got out the car and I'm like, that was crazy. That was insane. I was like, I could not. I didn't understand why.
Romero emphasized that while he respects Shields as one of the greatest female boxers, he doesn't understand why she repeatedly calls him out. He also noted their genders make a fight between them unrealistic, saying it's mainly a media spectacle rather than a serious possibility.
I don't know why specifically with me. I think, of course, she is the greatest fighter of all time, the greatest female fighter of all time. There's no ifs, ands, buts, or questions about that. But I don't know why she always targets me.
Like, did anything, did you two run?
So when did she thank you for beating the dude that knocked her out? That had to be after that situation. Maybe she didn't remember, or is this even true?
Into each other, anything that all these years later, it's
those were the first two interactions. I remember the exact dates and everything because, I remember everything that has happened to me in my life.
Shannon Sharp also weighed in on the Shields versus male fighter debate, arguing that Claressa Shields has never actually defeated a trained male in sparring and suggesting that what happens in training isn't the same as a real professional fight. Sharp emphasized that sparring and official bouts are completely different, pointing out that controlled training sessions don't reflect the intensity, power, and stakes of sanctioned competition, especially across genders. He maintained that while Shields is elite in women's boxing, the physical differences and realities of professional boxing make her claim unlikely in a real fight, even with her confidence and experience.
I got Claressa over Shannon Sharp in a boxing match. Facts. These guys are so misinformed about boxing. Like Marjorie Mayweather says, some people don't know ish about boxing. Since day one, I've been sparring with men. It's a reason I'm running through these women. Yes, you're running through women, Claressa. Claressa, you're not beating a male-trained fighter. If that was the case, you would have fought men. You're not. They're not going to sanction. We're not saying that you are a woman's fighter. You're great. You're the greatest woman's boxer of all time.
Yeah. That's where all that great came from. Topics like this.
You're saying what everybody else saying.
She ain't gonna swing.
We're conceding that. Shakur is just upset that I said I'm not paying no money to see him fight. His fight's not interesting. So he's mad about that. I don't even want to discuss him. But Claressa,
It's not a shot at you.
Gervonta Davis also weighed in on the Shields-Romero discussion, highlighting that many fans underestimate Rolando Romero's punching power. Davis pointed out that despite Romero's relatively lighter frame compared to some heavyweight or welterweight fighters, he possesses immense punching strength and can deliver knockout blows with precision. According to Davis, people often focus on size and overlook technique and raw power, which Romero has in abundance.
People didn't know, like, he actually can hit, like, when his punches was like hard.
You felt it?
Yes.
Was he the strongest punch you think you ever felt?
Facts.
Really?
Yeah.
He emphasized that underestimating Romero based on weight
Not
alone
only-
is a mistake, noting that his speed and timing amplify the impact of his punches. Davis's
Not only that, he comes from very awkward angles that actually prove to be effective in his fights.
remarks reinforced the idea that while Shields is elite in women's boxing, crossing over to face someone like Romero would present serious challenges, not just because of skill, but also because of his natural power and ability to finish fights decisively.
Hopefully for the sake of Rolly, he pull it off, but it's gonna be a good fight. No, you think? Huh? Someone's gonna get knocked out. Yeah, for sure. Somebody get knocked out. I ain't gonna lie, Rolly hit hard. They people be sleeping on Rolly because he been obviously, I don't know how to say it, but yeah, if he don't got no chin now, so Rolly be getting caught, but Rolly can hit, bro. He can hit. Like, he's the only person I felt like when he swung, it felt like bricks was in his blood.
I fundamentally agree with you that Claressa cannot beat Rolly. I mean, Rolly, for all his wackiness, can punch. Like, and even though he is several weight classes lighter than Claressa Shields, you get hit by Rolly, it's different. It's a lot different than getting hit by Lonnie Daniels and Franchon Cruz-Dezern and all the women that she has fought over the last couple of years. Even if just body shots that someone like Rolly is throwing, it would be it would end badly for Claressa. But you said something to the effect of any man who's a boxer would beat Claressa. Like, you go down the list, like some of those guys that we've seen, Sergio.
At 175, yes. At 175, I say it again. The 200th ranked boxer at 175 will be Claressa Shields because there's a size difference, there's strength, there's resistance. Claressa could hit a 175-pound
Women actually have higher pain tolerances than men.
fighter dead in the chin that he's gonna laugh. He's gonna smile and be like, "That's it." But the same can be in return. It's two different sports: women's boxing and men's boxing.
Many fans and commentators have drawn parallels between Claressa Shields and figures like Ronda Rousey, especially when Shields makes bold statements about her abilities beyond women's boxing. After she suggested she could beat top male fighters, critics quickly pushed back, saying that biological differences in strength, speed, and physiology between men and women make such outcomes highly unlikely. Former athletes and pundits have argued that no woman, even someone as accomplished as Shields, could realistically beat an elite male counterpart, citing the innate physical advantages men typically have in combat sports. Shields has responded to such skepticism, insisting she's confident in her skills and willing to challenge conventional limits. Still, the debate underscores ongoing tensions about gender, athleticism, and cross-gender competition in combat sports.
My daughter has rocked men in the gym, but my daughter has been rocked by men in the gym. And I want to get this across to Claressa Shields, to every woman out there. It is very difficult for a man who respects women and respects himself and carries himself as a man to defend himself and get his point across at 10% while a woman's going 100, especially a woman who's skilled, because we're not trying to a woman's ass and put her to sleep, but we're also not trying to get rocked by a woman. So when dude caught her with a left, he probably put 30% on it. When my daughter got rocked, my man was literally looking around like, do y'all want me to punch her or not? But they're like, she got to get her work. Dude cleared the space, bam, hit my daughter in her head. She said she never felt nothing like that before. Whoop, whoop, and he barely put mustard on it.
Analysts point out that the man who knocked down
true.
Claressa Shields is a relatively small fighter.
Preach that true.
both in size and experience, with a professional record of only 6'1". They argue he doesn't belong in the ring with a highly accomplished boxer like Shields, given her status as a two-time Olympic gold medalist and multi-division world champion. Even though he managed to land a knockdown, it doesn't compare to the threat a top-tier world champion like Romero would pose, whose power, skill, and experience would make the challenge far more dangerous and consequential for Shields.
Claressa's been saying she's the GOAT since she won the second gold medal. Like, I was there in Rio when she won the gold medal. I did the interview where she said, I'm the greatest woman of all time. I was right there in that gym.
Because there's separation in strength, in size, in resistance, and being able to take a punch and rehydrating. It's two separate fields. So you can't move the field goal because you're the greatest at what you do as a woman. You have XX chromosomes. You can't come to this side with XY. XY is stronger than you. They're stronger, they're bigger, they're faster. You might be more polished. You might have more accolades. You might have the aura of this unstoppable,
the delusion,
immovable object as a woman, but not as a man. You will get beat by Rolly Romero, and you will get hospitalized by a guy like Gennady Golovkin, which you called out one time. I can come out of retirement right now at 40, in my mid-40s, and beat a Claressa Shields. You cannot do that, Chris Mannix. You cannot disrespect women's greatness and men's greatness, or not even greatness, just average, because Rolly Romero is average.
Claressa Shields is undoubtedly one of the greatest female boxers of her generation, having become an undisputed champion in multiple weight classes and cementing her legacy with Olympic golds and world titles. However, many fans believe she may have been a bit overconfident when she publicly suggested she could beat a male world champion like Rolando Romero in a hypothetical fight, a scenario most experts and observers see as highly unlikely given the physical and competitive differences between male and female divisions. Critics argue that while Shields' belief in herself is part of her competitive fire, expecting to defeat a seasoned male champion in a sanctioned bout crosses from confidence into unrealistic territory.
There's no woman that could beat a professional boxer. Same way when it comes to MMA. There's no MMA woman, I don't care how great you think.
He is not the most skillful fighter in the world. However, he has a way, as all successful fighters do, of landing his shots. And he's got like stone, it's like he got bricks in his hands, right? He's a heavy-handed guy. And Devin, we have seen you drop before, right? So before I even get to you, not to talk about you as though you're not here, how dangerous is this a fight for Devin Haney, a guy who can make it ugly? What do you think about the A side, B side, Doug? We haven't got.
I don't think there is an A side, B side. I mean, listen, boxing is show business, and Brian moves the needle in that way. He knows how to get attention, and I love Devin, but Devin's like me.
Rolly is a lot less a version, but he's a knockoff version of Prince Nassim Ali. Prince Nassim Ali. If he hits you, you're gonna know you've been hit because he got unusual punching power. They were like, nah, that's a real watered down version. Yes, a watered down version, but maybe watered down as y'all think it is. Because when you get in the ring, you feel that thing with your chin, it's a different thing. So it's watered down, but it's watered down as y'all think it is. Been in the ring with a lot of people.
Max Kellerman breaks down Devin Haney versus Rolly Romero, calling Romero dangerous, but noting Haney's size and skill advantage should let him outbox Romero.
Rolly is a really dangerous puncher. He is not in your class. Rolly, I keep calling him Rolly.
Rolly. Who cares?
I have something wrong in my brain when it comes to names. Something's missing. But he's not in your class, and you should outbox him. Now, I can picture a situation where second half of the fight, you're way up. He's awkward. He's throwing bricks. And so there are clinches, whoever initiates it, but you guys wind up. And then after the fight, I'm critical. On the other hand, I could also see you like a fight. You're in this situation going, I'm not going to sit on the lead. I'm going to keep, and then he catches you and that's something stupid. So it like puts you in a no-win position.
Exactly. Devin Haney promises to demonstrate his true skills and determination in the upcoming fight against Rolly Romero, showing fans his full ability inside the ring.
And I have fun and I show how good I really am. I think that with a guy like Rolly, I'm able to showcase a lot more in my arsenal. I'm able to bring out a lot more tools and, really open up on him.
Haney explains that Romero's unusual style sets him apart from typical opponents, requiring extra focus and and adaptation to successfully navigate his unpredictable movements in the fight.
Are you going to be fighting Raleigh? What can you tell us at this moment?
Yeah, I can't say that it's a done deal yet. We're working on it. I think that it's very likely that it will happen. I think that it's a good fight for boxing. He has a very awkward style, and that's what makes it hard for guys to beat him. And that's what we see that Ryan had a lot of trouble with him, just because he just didn't know how to adjust to his awkwardness.
Doe Fisher tells Kellerman that Haney's intelligence and natural skills give him an edge, while Romero's peculiar style makes him a tricky opponent despite Haney's overall superiority.
How dangerous is this a fight for Devin Haney, a guy who can make it ugly?
It's interesting because if you compare Devin with Rolly in terms of natural talent, ring intelligence, skill, technique, everything
Different
edges
class.
towards
Yeah.
Devin. Devin has the advantage. But when you talk about styles, Rolly is unorthodox. Rolly is awkward. And we've seen in the past where an unorthodox fighter,
You're going to bring it. You're going to bring it up. I know where you're going.
Versus Ricardo Mayweather.
I knew it.
And Sergio Mora.
Doug, you and me. I got it.
Both Mayorga and Mora had unorthodox styles. They didn't work off their jabs. They didn't necessarily move in the right directions. But there's a method to their madness. And they were world-class fighters. And on the best night of their professional careers, they were able to upset an elite boxer.
Romero admits that online trash talk is only for show, emphasizing respect for Haney when meeting personally, showing sportsmanship beyond the hype surrounding their fight.
Who you respect and who you don't respect in the game. Where does Haney rate on, I guess, the Rolly ranking system on, as far as a skilled fighter or a guy you respect on what he does, or does it depend on if he signs the contract for the fight?
Haney on Twitter, there's no respect. Haney in person, he doesn't speak. So I mean, he's just a chill kid. Now Devin Haney on Twitter, because he's a keyboard warrior, he think he's a big tough guy. So on the internet, but then in person, he's just the most quiet person I've ever seen in my life.
Both fighters previously sparred during their prime years, giving them insight into each other's strengths and weaknesses, which could influence strategy in their upcoming unification clash. Roy Jones Jr. warns that despite Haney's skill, Romero's power and unpredictability make this a high-risk fight where serious damage could occur.
Devin Haney versus Rolly Romero. That's they're saying it's almost a done deal. I didn't expect that fight to happen that quick, but it's going to be an interesting fight. We're seeing Rolly a lot. When Rolly started, his career, like we say, oh, he's awkward, like, oh, he's another Ricardo Mayorga. And he's this and he's that, but just look at Rolly's resume recently. I mean, it's not bad at all. And now to face Devin Haney, I feel like it's a 50-50 fight. It's just split down the middle right now. Just seeing it. Do you see it as a 50-50 fight, or who do you favor more on that one?
It's not 50-50. It's can Rolly catch Devin? Because Rolly can't catch. It's like the Ryan fight was. If Rolly can't catch Devin, Devin whitewash. Kid Devin early, hurt Devin, it can become a 50-50 fight. You understand me? I told you the same thing when he fought Ryan. I told the guys I could work.
Paulie Moline Aji emphasizes that Haney deserves recognition, noting his determination to grow, prove his ability, and face a dangerous opponent like Rolly Romero with confidence.
But this is the kind of guy Devin is, and I said it on my own channel. I said sometimes guys like this don't get the credit they may deserve because they disarm you, they disassemble you. They kind of disassemble the bomb instead of being the ones who drop the bombs. And Devin is more of a guy who just strips you naked and be like, all right, bro, you got nothing left now. You know what I mean? Instead of disarming you or disassembling you completely, where even the layman can be impressed by that. While the guy who takes you apart little by little, sometimes he doesn't get enough credit because it's not as sexy. It's not as flashy. It's not as the big bombs aren't impressing the layman. But nonetheless, this was against probably the most talked about the welterweight champions. Listen, we've talked about this welterweight division is a bit weak, but nonetheless, Norman was the most talked about of the welterweight champions. So he did it against Norman. He didn't do it against Barrios, who I think, like, I'll repeat, I'm not really that impressed with. He didn't do it against Rolly, who can be hot and cold depending on when you catch him. Yeah, he'd been hot and cold in the past, but was on a little bit of a tear here. And as a young guy, was impressing a lot and was the talk of the welterweight division, especially with Ennis gone. And to do it against that guy and to do it the way he did it and score a knockdown in the process, you know, you got to give credit where credit's due, especially because you got to be a little bit of a psychiatrist here. Or you know, you don't know where Devin's head was at after the Garcia situation and the JC Ramirez fight. That's why, Jim, I give you credit if you were that sure a month ago, because that's the only thing too with me. It's like if it's a Devin Haney who's hesitant, and I don't know because I'm not in his head. You know, that every human being is different when they go through stuff like that.
Wade Plemons breaks down the fight and says that Devin Haney wants to unify his title with Rolly Romero, which is why the Haney camp chose him over a rematch with Ryan Garcia. According to Wade Plemons, both sides are still finalizing the contract, but there's a strong indication that the fight is set for May 30th. This is a true unification bout, and the styles make it intriguing. Rolly Romero is aggressive, walking forward and throwing heavy punches, a strategy he has used successfully in previous fights. This forward pressure can play into Devin Haney's advantage, as he can use movement, jab effectively, and gradually take control in the center of the ring.
But he also says the same date and the same location. This is all formulating to be right up to the finish line. And I know in boxing, nothing's ever finished until it's officially signed and really until guys get in the ring. But knock on wood, I think this is going to be the fight we see on May 30th. And listen, it's a good fight. It's a unification bout. It is an interesting style matchup where Rolly is very aggressive and he will walk forward and throw heavy punches. He walked forward on Gervonta and you know, had a lot of success before obviously being knocked out. But he's walked forward in a lot of his fights and taken the fight to people. Sometimes that plays right into Devin Haney's hands. He can use his feet, he can jab, he can move, and eventually, you know, outbox you or put you in the center of the ring and then implement his offense, even get a little bit aggressive himself, as we saw in the Brian Norman Jr. fight.
The outcome also matters for future matchups. If Rolly Romero wins, it could set up a rematch with Ryan Garcia, impacting the belt situation at 147 pounds. Devin Haney's team is focused on making the best strategic decisions regardless of opponent, but Rolly Romero's power and unconventional style make him dangerous. Wade also dismisses claims that Clarissa Shield could challenge Rolly Romero, emphasizing the difficulty of top-level competition. Meanwhile, Oscar De La Hoya argues that a Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia fight might make more sense, highlighting the rivalry and stakes involved.
I think Rolly is very unorthodox. He's very strong, right? But I'm way taller than him, way longer than him, and got better boxing skills.
The guy that Rolly knocked out, knocked her down in sparring, and she blamed it on no padding in the gloves. And even though she had headgear on and they were probably 16-ounce gloves, she still hit the canvas. Stop that nonsense. Just stop it. Clarissa's not knocking out Rolly or any top-level fighter, male fighter in the world. It's not happening. So just to address that. But then we go to Oscar De La Hoya for his thoughts here. And I want to hear what he said about the fight, because I kind of agree with Oscar here. I don't think that Devin Haney and Rolly should be fighting next. It should be Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, because it makes all the sense in the world. The rivalry needs it. They both have belts. You don't want to risk one losing it. And you get that answer to, was the first fight influenced by anything outside of the ring? Was the first fight a fluke for Ryan Garcia? Was it a true win? You get all those answers, but
Oscar De La Hoya believes the next logical fight should be a rematch between Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia, as both fighters have now proven themselves in the ring. He argues that this matchup makes the most sense for boxing fans and the sport, highlighting the rivalry between the two and the stakes involved. Both fighters hold belts and have demonstrated their skills, making the clash highly anticipated. De La Hoya points out that risking a fight against another opponent first could complicate the championship picture, whereas a direct showdown between Haney and Garcia would answer questions about supremacy in the division. With their talent, timing, and fan interest, he sees this rematch as the clear next step, promising excitement, competitive action, and a definitive answer about who truly dominates their weight class.
Somewhat negotiated or done for? Or?
Yeah, is there an update on that at all, Oscar?
No update yet. No official update. But if you ask me personally, that's the fight that should happen next.
Yeah.
I think Devin Haney proved. I think Devin Haney proved. I think he proved he deserves the fight. So I think Ryan Devin should be next. Absolutely.
Tim Bradley says that if Devin Haney can't handle Rolly Romero, then he certainly isn't ready to face Ryan Garcia. He emphasizes that Romero is awkward and explosive, making him a tricky opponent for anyone. His unusual style, punching from odd angles, having feet out of position, and surprising with sudden attacks can create problems, especially for inexperienced fighters. However, Devin Haney's mastery of the sweet science, excellent footwork, sharp jab, and ability to read openings give him the tools to exploit Romero's mistakes. Bradley points out that Romero reacts dramatically to feints, which allows Haney to control the pace and implement his offense carefully. Bradley notes that Haney has a significant reach advantage, with 71-inch arms compared to Romero's 66-inch dinosaur arms, giving him distance control and counterpunching opportunities.
That's all I'm going to tell y'all right now. If he can't beat and smash Rolly Romero, he not beating no damn Ryan Garcia. It is what it is. I know styles make fights, but damn, dealing with Romero, who's awkward, man. That's an awkward dude. You know, I think that's what his secret. That's his superpower. The fact that he's so damn awkward and explosive. You know, sometimes an inexperienced guy can give you some problems. Oh yeah, inexperienced guy can give you problems because like they don't do things that's normal. They do abnormal things like. You know, they'll punch from certain positions they're not supposed to. Their feet not underneath them and stuff. They'll explode in with shots. Romero, he does all that crazy stuff, but he leaves a lot of openings, you know, for the
Hello, it's your favorite sports star. Here. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button to join the fastest growing community on YouTube. Remember, Nightcap doesn't happen without you. So please subscribe or you're going to make Ocho cry. Okay, I got Jordan. Now it's time to welcome. He's an undefeated professional boxer with a record of 25-0. He's an Olympic silver medalist in the 2016 Olympics, a 4-division world champ. 126, 130, 135, 140. He's trained by his grandfather, Wally Moses. Recently, he defeated Teofimo Lopez for the welterweight title. Shakur Stevenson. Shakur, how you doing, bro?
What up, huh? What up, huh?
I'm good, bro. Thanks for joining us tonight. You dominated Teofimo. Did you think the fight was going to be that easy? Because he's a champ.
Nah, I didn't think it was going to be that easy. I thought it could have been that easy, but I also knew like Teofimo was tough and he was gonna bring his best. And honestly, I think just God showed up and did what he always do.
Nah. Hell nah. He's trying to play humble, huh? He's trying to play humble because he said it in the presser. He said in the presser, I see weaknesses in your game and I'm gonna expose them. And you're gonna see fight night, and come fight night. All the things that Teo was able to get away with other opponents that weren't as skilled, all the trickery, all the fakes, and all the feints, none of that worked. And so Shakur did his homework, and that's why the fight looked the way it did.
Nah, 100%. Like I said, I just did what I was supposed to do, but I did think it could happen that way. You're right. I did think it could happen that way. So.
You thought you could pitch because I had you as a shutout.
It was a shutout. It was a shutout.
Yeah. I don't know how they gave him around. Maybe they was feeling sorry for him. Like, damn, we can't have our champ lose all 12 rounds. We got to give him something. But it looked like you pitched the shutout because everything that he tried to do, you had a counter. It was like you knew the answers to the test because you had already read the test.
Yeah. I watched him fight probably like every day in training camp, and I seen like so many different like weaknesses in his game to where I'm like, okay, if he do this against me, I'm going to destroy him. Or if he do this against me, I'm going to capitalize here. So when I seen him bust the same moves that I seen on camera, it just made it so much easier. It made it so much easier. But it was an easy night of boxing. I appreciate Teofimo even for stepping in the ring with me because a lot of fighters don't. So shout out to him anyway.
Let me ask you this. There's been a lot of discussion around your fight style. I don't think anybody questions your level of greatness because, like you said, you are an amateur, you go to the Olympics, you win a gold medal, you win a silver medal. But you got upset at me. I said, look, and Ocho and I, we was having a discussion after the Teofimo fight. I said, Ocho, he's great. I said, the way he can get in there and he makes great fighters look average. I said, but his style is not, his style, I said, bro, I can't pay money. I want to see a little bit more action. And you got upset with me. What do you say about people that say your style is boring? They're not saying that you're not great. They say your style of fighting.
I mean, that's your opinion, Unc. I can't really take away from your opinion. I hear you say it, so when you say it, I'll probably troll back at you and talk a little shit. At the end of the day, that's your opinion. You can have your opinion, but hopefully my style is not boring. My style is just the fact that I make shit easy. Like, guys can't do nothing with me. It's like, you can name all the best fighters in my weight class, but if you put them in the ring with me, they all might look like Teofimo. Like, Teofimo was just one to step in the ring. So anybody
Tank gonna look like that. Tank gonna look like that. Keyshawn Davis gonna look like that.
Hey, I ain't gonna disrespect my brother. I love my brother.
Okay.
we be sparring all the time. We good work, but like I said, anybody that pay attention to the sport of boxing and love the sport of boxing, they gonna love my
style. I told you, you heard what he said. Anybody that pays attention to the sport of boxing, they would love his style. Yes. That's what our argument was about. It's you, the casual fan that always is looking for the Tank Davis knockout, the Mike Tyson knockout. But us purists that enjoy and watching round by round, how Shakur is always 2 steps ahead of whoever he's fighting, which is why it looks the way it looks, and it looks so easy. I mean, it's you actually have to understand the sweet science in itself and understand what you're watching to appreciate what he's been able to do.
There have been discussion with the WBC. They took your title because I think they wanted you to pay. Let me get this straight. There's a sanctioning fee. If you have a belt, you have to pay X amount of dollars, correct?
Yeah. If you got a belt, you got to pay X amount of dollars for having the belt. Yeah, for sure.
So what does that money go towards? So so if I got like 5 or 6 belts, I got to pay $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 to keep the belts?
Yeah, I don't know what they do with the money. That's on the WBC. But from my point of view, they could tell you whatever they want because you don't know what they do with the money. We don't see what they do. I be hearing that they be paying for hotels and like, all kinds of different stuff with their money. So, with my money basically. So I don't know.
What's next? What we got lined up? I mean, we have anything? Any fights coming up? Anybody you might want to fight? Talk to me.
Nah, we ain't got nothing lined up yet. We looking over the scenery. We trying to see what opponents is doing what, and we just watching. We watching and paying attention. And my next opponent, I'm gonna try to make sure it's an opponent that my fans and the fans that dislike me want to fight.
I mean,
but let me.
Now we're gonna say when you talk about your next opponent, do you want someone that is a superior challenge like a Teofimo Lopez, or you want to have a tune-up fight before another big mega fight?
Nah, I want to fight whoever. I'll fight whoever. I'm down to fight the best fighters. Y'all name them. You know, the fans could come up with a what's that little poll going?
Y'all put a wish list together. Who y'all want to see Shakur fight?
Yeah, we could go by the poll, and then whoever they say is the best, I'll fight them.
You took down Teofimo at 147. Are you interested in going back down? Or you gonna go to 30? Or you gonna go to 35? You go to 30, go back down to 120. So what are you looking to do?
35 and 40 is my weight class. I run that shit. So both weight classes is mine, and until somebody dethrone me, it will be my weight class. So tell them come see me.
Now you do realize now Tank and Keyshawn is the 140 boys.
Yo,
I'm just saying, Shakur, that you know that.
Me and Keyshawn not gonna fight each other, so it ain't no point of mentioning Keyshawn.
Okay. So now that leaves you and Tank. Who else at the 140 that you would be a 135 that you would be interested in banging with?
Lamont.
Anybody, I would love to fight Lamont Rhodes. Me and Lamont Rhodes is amazing.
Oh, that'd be a good one. That'd be a good one.
That'd be a nice chess match right there, boy.
Cause
the best versus the best.
Let me ask you a question, Shakur. All real talk. You think Rhodes beat Tank?
Yeah, I do.
I did too. Ocho and I said the same thing. I said I like Tank, but Rhodes whooped his ass that night.
Once he took that knee, after that, it's impossible for the judge.
He was beating him before the knee.
Saying, but once you
made it undisputed.
Yeah, but once you take the knee, the scorecard should look different in favor of goddamn Lamont at that point.
Yeah, it's a 10-8 round.
I thought without the knee he won that fight.
That's what I said to Ocho. I said because with the knee, that's a 10-8 round. It's a no-brainer. Now, what are we even discussing?
Yeah, for sure.
So now you're not gonna fight Keyshawn. So Lamont Roach and Tank Day. You did mention and doing some research. I gotta go do research. You said a rehydration clause. A rehydration clause. Now, my research shows Canelo has done it 3 times against Daniel Jacobs, Sergey Kovalev, and Rocky Feldon. Tank did it against Mario Barrios, and he did it against Ryan Garcia. Chris Eubanks Jr. did it against Conor Benn, and Triple G did it against Daniel Jacobs. The rehydration clause. That means you're gonna probably fight. If you fight Ryan Garcia, you're gonna fight him at 147. Ryan is a naturally big guy. You're a naturally small guy. I mean, you won the silver medal at 126. So you had to put on 14 pounds just to make the 140 and had to put on 21 pounds to go to 47. Ryan was going to strip down. Ryan probably walks around. What you think he walks around at? 165, 170?
170.
So now he's going to come down to 147. Now, when he refuel, rehydrate, he could easily bang back to 160, 165 easy.
172.
So you want to say, okay, so if you put the rehydration clause, you're going to say, okay, you can't go over 152, you can't go over 155. Where are the numbers that you feel comfortable? Like he ain't 25 pounds heavier than I am, but you feel you can get the best while not stripping him of everything?
Nah, honestly, I don't even want to do the rehydration clause. I know like social media kind of made that a big thing.
Okay.
I was speaking hypothetical when I said it. But
okay.
He went in the interview and he said that he'll fight me at 140 pounds. So
he can't make no 140.
We don't know that. We don't know. We don't know what he can do.
See what I'm saying, Shakur? You know that man. You say the man walk around at 170. You want to bring the man down 30?
He said that he will fight me at 140. I'm just going off of his words. So if he said it, like, what am I supposed to do?
So you will have a rehydration clause at 140?
No, I don't want a rehydration clause.
Oh, so if he comes down to 140, you don't want the rehydration clause. Only if he comes down to 40. Only if he comes down to 47, you have to go up to 47. Do you want the clause, or you don't want the clause at all?
I only want the clause if I go up to 147, but I don't plan on going up. So at the end of the day, I don't need the clause. We can fight at 140.
You think that man can make 140, Shakur? Honestly.
I mean, I'm just telling you off of his words.
Like, no, I know what he said.
We can't assume that he can't make 140. He said he can as long as he lock in and take it serious.
Man, Shakur, like once you start, like it's like once you go up to those weights and you start fighting. Now you start fighting at that weight. As you start to get older, it gets harder to strip that weight off. You're young. You could easily go back down to 130 if you wanted to, because you're not a naturally big man. You don't walk around at 150. You probably walk around, I'm assuming probably 140, 142 maybe. More like you're probably in the 130s. So you like that Floyd. You got that Floyd syndrome. Floyd walked around at 150, get down to 147, and tear everybody ass up.
I can't tell you my walk around weight, but like I said, if you want to fight at 140, or we can do a catch weight at 144 pounds.
Okay.
I like that. A catch weight at 144, but not Ryan Garcia. A catch weight at 144. You think Conor Benn could get down still, even though he's fought at heavier weights? You think?
No, I want to fight him at 147 with the rehydration.
For real?
Because he did that to
right.
Eubank.
Okay, yeah.
he did.
And the world kind of like gave him credit for the win, but at the end of the day, Eubank was kind of drained in the ring.
Yeah.
So let him deal with it with me.
Oh, so you're getting there and rock with what kind of Ben, huh?
At 47 with a rehydration.
Yeah, okay. I like that. Hey,
so let me ask
I
you a
want to
question.
see that. I want to see that.
I want to see. So when you say rehydration, how many pounds are you willing to give to let them go? Because it's been as low as 3.5, and then some people say 10. So how far are you willing to go? How much wiggle room or will you give someone on a rehydration course?
You only get 10 pounds.
That's the max. That's the max. But I've seen. I think I've seen 3.5. At one point it was like 3.5, but the max is 10.
Yeah, 10. Yep. 10 is good.
Hey,
So you fight him at 147, he can't get back up to about 157. You're gonna probably it's gonna be hard as hell for you to make 147.
Me?
Yeah.
I could make 147 right now.
That's what I know. But I'm saying, but I'm saying that's probably your walk. Like I'm saying, you'll walk around in the mid-40s. You're not gonna tell us, but looking at your frame, looking at your clavicles, you're not a naturally big man, Shakur. So it's gonna be easy for you to always make those lower weights. That 140, 147, that's nothing for you. You ain't got to do nothing. You go to camp for 2 weeks and make 47.
That's true. You're right.
Hey,
that's true.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, you know who can make 147? Me?
Who? Man, your big ass can't make no 147, bro.
I'll
You
fight you at
180.
147.
Man, I'll piece you up, man. Don't play with me, man. Don't do that, man. Don't do that. Hey.
Man, set the sparring up, man. I've been waiting.
I've been asking you for 2 years to spar. You scared of me. You scared. Like,
next time I see you, we rocking out, man.
Nah, and don't let him get no headgear. Don't let him put no headgear.
I don't need no headgear. I'm polished. I'm polished in the ring.
We both don't need a headgear. We good.
Hey, cause you saw what Keyshawn did to Blueface, right, Shakur?
Yeah.
That's how. I want Ocho come back looking like Tommy Hearns when he fought Martin. That's how
I have a boxing background. The past 9 years, I'm good. I'm ready.
Don't think Blueface box?
Yeah, he boxed. And Blueface say he like 215.
Hey, Shakur, you see this what is, come on, man.
I'm just saying though, like he box. He a boxer.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
When you get in there with them boxers, it's a different story, man. I'm telling you, the real like elite level fighters.
Yes. Is there any truth, because they say like you're about to sign a 3-fight deal with Zuffa for like 60 million? Is there any truth to that?
Shit, not that I know of, but if they gonna give me 60 million, call my phone. I'm ready.
So, man, you see, that's why I can't believe nothing on the internet, because they had you up there talking about you about to sign with Zuffa for a 3-fight deal for 60 million.
Shit, send that to my man. Listen here, man.
Hey, you don't even need no agent. I have that by myself.
Hey,
man, tell me I'm ready, man.
The last 3 or 4 days, internet's been blowing up. We had Clarissa. Clarissa said that she could beat Rolly. And I know that's your girl. Y'all was at the Olympics together. But Shakur, keep it a buck with us. See, you already laughing.
Hey, so
you already laughing.
Listen up, right? Honestly, you know, I think it's hard for her to be able to beat a male fighter, but I would love to see it because she campaigning it, and like if she believe it, I believe it. So I believe in her at the end of the day. So I would love to see it.
You do realize men produce testosterone. They have longer bones. They have harder punching power.
What if he don't hit Clarissa? What if he don't hit her?
Shakur,
then what?
You gonna go to hell. You know, for lying, you go to hell. That's what the Bible teaches us. I know you a man of the blood. The Bible teaches us.
Man, tell her to come to training camp with me. She is not gonna get touched.
He gonna cut the ring off. Even at that weight. Let's just say She fights at, I think she said she fought this last fight at 175. I think she said she can get down to 165. Let's just say for the sake of argument, she gets down to 165. He's at 140. His body still produces more testosterone than hers. His bones are still longer than hers. It's like Serena. Serena, all her partners, her hitting partners were men.
Yeah.
She couldn't beat a 250th ranked man.
You know what's crazy? I agree with you though. Like I agree with what you're saying. All I'm saying is Clarissa Shields is different. So with her being as good as she is and her skill set, I just wouldn't count her out with anything that she do.
But Shakur, you do realize to throw punches, you got to open yourself up. And a man reflexes are quicker than a woman. Now, she done got knocked down even by a woman. He touches her.
I can't argue anything that you're saying because you're just saying facts. Like what you're saying is true.
Okay.
I'm telling you that Clarissa Shields is not a normal woman. She's not the same woman as every other woman. So
I would feel comfortable if she had 18 fights, she had 15, 16 knockouts. I said, well, maybe she can hit. Because I think the thing was, when we looked at Bud, because a lot of the people say, well, man, what Bud going up in weight? Bud's a naturally big. Bud is a naturally big man. Bud walk around a big ass weight. People think Bud's small. I said, I was in there wrestling with him. I said, I was tired of hell trying to throw his look. I said, but when Bud touched Canelo like, damn, he got his attention. He got his respect immediately. Yeah. If Clarissa can't get his respect, and like I said, if she in 18 fights, if she has 16 knockouts, I would say, you know what, she might can get his respect. I don't know how she keep him off of her.
What if she defend herself well, hit him, and she don't get touched with nothing big or nothing that's super strong or hard?
It's hard because Rolly throws hard. You know he throws hard. He has an awkward stance. And the thing is, touching a man and touching a woman, you already know the chin different. You know that, Shakur, the chin different on a man and a woman.
Let me be her coach for the fight. Just let me be her coach, and we gonna win.
You could get Buddy McGirt. You could get Floyd Mayweather Sr. You could get Freddie Roach. You could, God rest his soul, Emmanuel Stewart. She ain't beat no a champion man.
You said everybody, but you did not say Shakur Stevenson.
Shakur Stevenson, I would put Shakur in the corner, Floyd in the corner.
It's me. All I need to do is be in that corner. That's all I need to do.
Well, you're gonna have to jump in the ring. You're gonna have to jump in the ring.
I might jump in the ring
and soften him up first.
For sure.
Man, hold on. Devin Haney say he wants some. What's up with you and Dev? Y'all can bang at 140?
Where he say that at?
I'm just saying. I saw y'all in the ring sparring. Hey,
that was old.
I would call Bill and
that
make
was
that
a long
happen.
time ago.
Where he say that at?
Hey, Devin say he want anybody at the 140. He want that.
Nah, he fight
you at 140.
He fight 147.
He come down for you.
If he come down, then let's make it happen.
Well, why you say you can fight at 147? You want to go up and see it?
I just told you if I fight at 147, what come with it.
Oh, so any fight at 147, there's a rehydration clause.
Any fight at 147.
Okay. So y'all hear that? Don't call this man phone.
What?
Fight at 147.
But we can fight at a catch weight.
44 with no rehydration.
If any 47-pounder fight me at 144, I'm down. Let's do it.
With no rehydration.
No rehydration.
I'm ready.
But ain't no belts at 44. So you just want to fight.
What we need the belt for? We the names. We the big names. Why we need the belt?
Touche.
Yeah.
Touche.
If we fought at 144, would you show up and watch?
Yeah.
You fighting? Hold on. You fighting Devin Haney?
Yeah. At 100.
Yeah.
Without the belts on the line, right?
Yes.
Okay then. So we good.
Yeah. If you go fight the best of the best, I'm gonna come see. Cause I want to see it with my own eyes. I want to see it with my own eyes. I'm gonna see if you gonna do. You say, hey, you say my fight boring. Let me show you why it's boring. You see what I did? Every strength that he had, I turned it into a weakness.
I ain't gonna lie. If you watch my last fight and you still thought it was boring, you're gonna think
I saw it. Ocho. Here's the thing, Shakur. Tim Duncan. Was Tim Duncan not great?
Nah, he was a great.
Would you say he was exciting?
Nah, not really. No.
See, but two things can be true. You can be great, and I want to see some action. I want to see some. Hey, I understand. You said, look, my job is to hit, not get hit. And I think sometimes sometimes I think you're overly cautious with that. But I want to see a little bit more action, Shakur.
I'm sorry, my mic is muted, but Shannon is actually bringing up some pretty valid points here.
That's all. If I'm paying $10,000 for a ticket, Shakur, I want to see something. I want to see some lights turned out.
Boxing fan then.
Huh?
I don't think you're a big boxing fan then.
For me to come out of my house, hold on. For me to come out of my house and to dig in my pockets and pay $10,000, no. I'm gonna see some action. I'm gonna see some action.
Are you a big boxing fan?
Yes.
Impossible.
Yes.
Impossible.
I used to go. I've seen Floyd fight several times. I've seen Mike Tyson fight. Yeah, but to come out of my pocket. If I'm gonna watch on TV, of course I'm gonna watch it on television.
So when you watch Floyd fight, you thought he was boring?
He fought. I saw him fight. I think I saw him fight Corrales, and I saw him fight De La Hoya.
And did you think he was boring?
I saw Floyd after he had broke his hands. When Floyd was fighting at 30, at 35 and 40, when he fought Gotti, when he fought Ricky Hatton, hell no, he wasn't boring. When he fought Gotti, when he fought Ricky Hatton, when he fought Cotto, when he fought Corrales,
hold on.
hell
After that.
Did you think
after Floyd's hands became brittle, he became a fighter that, you know what, I can't tell. I'm not gonna lose no fight because I'm fighting one-handed because I broke my hand.
I got a question for you.
Yes.
Did you see him fight Carlos Valdemir?
That was before. No.
Wasn't that around the time his hands?
That might have been, that was one of the fights, yeah. Because I remember he hit somebody and he took a knee.
People called him boring. It was never boring to me when I watched him fight. Even when I watched him fight Pacquiao, I never thought like Floyd Mayweather was a boring fighter. Now, when I watched Rigondeaux, I'm like, okay, this is kind of like no disrespect to Rigondeaux. Like, he's a hell of a fighter, one of my favorites. But some of the time, I'm like, okay, this is boring. But I just don't understand how you can watch guys like completely dominate, shut guys out, and give you some type of entertainment at times in the fight. And I feel like when I fought Teofimo, I came forward. I was the aggressor. I was on the front foot. So I just don't see how anybody could think that fight was a boring fight.
But here's the thing. When Floyd was at 35 and 40, Floyd was stopping people. Can we agree on that?
Some guys got stopped. Yeah.
That's all. We want to see some action.
But
hey, go ahead.
But me and Floyd Mayweather is two different people. So at the end of the day, if you compare us, you're just comparing a guy that already finished his career with a guy that's still in the prime of his career with more better fights to come. So it's hard to really compare.
I think the thing is that your fighting style is a lot different, is a lot similar because you guys do a lot of counters.
And we win.
Yeah. Oh, you know, they win. I mean, undefeated. Yeah. So yeah, I think the thing that's my thing. At 35 and 40, Floyd was stopping people. I look at another guy like Shane Mosley, 35, 40, he was stopping people. He had dynamite. When he fought Antonio Margarita, but I thought he fought Margarita at 47. I don't know what he was. I think he maybe fought De La Hoya, 54 or 40? I think he fought De La Hoya at 54.
Yeah, but you got to also realize that was my fourth weight class. And anybody that's in the sport that goes through 4 weight classes, I feel like it's harder to knock guys out as you move up in weight.
And you go up, okay.
Besides the Manny Pacquiao, who probably, we don't know that, probably wasn't, as normal as everybody else.
I ain't never seen anybody go from Pacquiao probably went from 112 and floorboard people at 22, 26, 30, 35, 40, 47, 54. I'm like, well, damn, this little man just not, hey.
Yeah, but you got to understand, when people move up in weight classes, it's definitely harder to
knock people out.
Because you're already fighting bigger guys that's already sustained at that weight.
Yeah.
So,
well, we got it ready. We got
Go
it
ahead.
set. So we done put it out there in the universe. No, Lamont.
Oh, you and Shakur?
No, I'll whoop his ass.
Oh.
But anyway, we got Lamont Roach, right? We got Lamont Roach, and then we got Conor Bennett at catch weight. So the tongue is powerful. So we're gonna speak it into existence at 144.
Nah, me and Lamont can fight at 140 or 135, either or.
I like that. So I'm just bring me in the camp.
I told you, come on, man, anytime.
Right.
I'm gonna spar you though.
Shakur, tear his ass up. I mean, lump him up. If he don't come back with no horn on his head, you ain't do nothing.
We got the same exact fighting style.
Oh, Shakur said he gonna stop you. I'm coming. I'm gonna have my phone right over there.
My defense is just like his, or maybe better. Like I'm not even.
Damn, Shakur, you
I'm not even tripping. Bro, I done studied you, man, all these years, man. Everything.
You got him,
everything
Ocho.
he tried to do, I got to answer for it.
In America, man, that was crazy. Your defense may be just like
exactly.
mine.
Listen, most of the time when you before you take a test, you study it, don't you?
Yeah, but I've been studying for 20-some years.
I've been studying for 58. What you saying?
Yeah, but you ain't been studying boxing for that long.
He said because he's a much bigger man, Shakur, he gonna walk through your punches.
Oh, hey.
That shit don't mean nothing, though.
You don't want no rehydration clothes with Ocho?
I'm gonna come down to 140.
I'm gonna stop him to the body.
Ooh.
You gonna give him a body shot and stop it?
Stop him to the body for sure.
Hey, what happened to my camera?
I don't know that. Hey, that man said, Shakur, man, hey, man, thank you for coming on, Shakur. We really appreciate that. Hey, when you come back, when you got something else lined up, a big fight lined up, come back and tell us about it on Nightcap, because the Nightcap family, they love boxing, they love Shakur Stevenson, and we can't wait to see your next fight. Is it going to happen before June, after June, the fall? What you kind of looking at? What's kind of your timeline?
Probably after June. I don't know. I can't even tell you yet. Once I talk to the business people, we gonna make it happen. So.
Okay. Well, congratulations on your last fight. You did a number on Teofimo Lopez, a 4-division champ, an Olympic silver medalist. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Shakur Stevenson. Thanks for joining us, Shakur.
I appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you, bro. He said he's gonna stop you to the body, Ocho. He said he's gonna stop you to the body.
No.
Yeah, hey man, hey, that joke hit you one of them liver, them kidney shots, Ocho. You be peeing blood
for
like 2 days.
You be all right. I'm gonna be tucked in, huh?
Hello, it's your favorite sports thunk here. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button to join the fastest growing community on YouTube. Remember, Nightcap doesn't happen without you. So please subscribe or you're gonna make Ocho cry. Now we got another champion. There he is. He's 17-2, 13 wins by KO. WBA welterweight champion, won the title in 2025. Previously held the super lightweight champion from 23 to 24, and the WBA interim lightweight champion from 2020-21. He defeated Ryan Garcia last year by unanimous decision. Here he is, Rolly Romero. Rolly, how you doing, bro?
I'm good. I'm chilling.
Rolly, how's everything, man? Where you at right now?
I'm in Vegas.
You in Vegas? I want to start off early. What do we have lined up? Obviously, we're excited. Last fight against Ryan Garcia, you handled business. You did what you needed to do. Do you have anything lined up for this year for us to see Mr. Action Jackson Rolly in the ring this year?
Well, I think we have Devin lined up for May, at the end of May. So, I mean, it's been a whole week now, and they're still trying to go back. And they don't want to sign the contract, but I mean, it's looking like they will. It's looking like they will.
What weight are we fighting at? 40, 47? What
47.
You looking at, Rolly?
It'd be us unifying belts, the WBA and the WBO.
So you want 2 belts? You ain't satisfied with one?
Nah, you know, I'm happy with it.
In fact, hey, speaking of the belts, Rolly, how do you feel about the sanctioning fees? Is it okay with you? Are you worried about where the money is going?
But I'm perfectly fine with paying. Let me explain to you with sanctioning fees, because everyone got this whole misconception of sanctioning fees like they bad, right? Okay, so let's say the WBO, the WBA, the WBC, and the IBF, they all have people that work for them and all this stuff, right? So how are they paying for people to come over here and bring the people so they can bring the belts and sanction fights? All this, like, bro, all this stuff adds up.
Right.
You remember this? It's a business like everything else.
Okay.
It's a business like everything else. Everyone has an overhead. You can't just do this for free.
Right. So you don't have a problem paying the sanctioning fees because you understand to run a business, it takes money. And you're in the
and that's the thing too. I mean, you know, and like specific fighters, like you know, like they, you know, they refuse to pay it, right? But you also got to realize this, right? You got to think about it like this too. Whether 12 divisions in boxing for like males, right? I'm not even gonna count females right now. We'll do it. But there's a certain amount of divisions, right?
Right.
Right.
And for each one of those belts, there's a sanctioning fee, right? Obviously, right? So if somebody's not paying a sanctioning fee, that's the money that they're not receiving for their company. You got to think about it like that. On top of that, too, we fight to be world titles. We fight to be world champion. You need to. And on top of that, too, people lack common sense. You can negotiate better fight purses when you have a belt, not without a belt. You don't make you don't make money without you don't make money without a belt. Unless you're like, you know, have a fan base from YouTube or something like that, like, you know, like Jake Paul or other influencers and stuff like that, right? But you need a belt to make money. Having a belt makes you more money, right or wrong?
Yeah, you're right.
You got to pay to play, right?
Yeah, you do. Are there any fighters that you think are a draw that the people want to see that don't have a belt?
That don't have a belt, or that they haven't had a belt yet?
Well, they haven't had a belt yet, or maybe they lost their belt, but they're still a draw. So even if
there's so many fighters, you know, like I said, I mean, Canelo doesn't have a belt, and Canelo's a draw.
Okay.
You know, so it's like, but like you're giving me like a lot of like, bro, like there's a lot. We could say the whole heavyweight division. There's only one dude that has.
Everybody's not a draw though. I'm talking about filling the arena.
No. But I'm saying, like, bro, there's so many heavyweights that are a draw. Tyson Fury doesn't have a belt, and he's a draw, right?
Okay.
So it's like, but not fighters that never had a belt.
Right.
Yes, I think if you've had a belt and you no longer have one, you can still be a draw.
Great example, Jake Paul.
Yeah.
I mean, there's like I say, I mean, it's still, regardless, it's still very premature, you know, for a lot of fighters too, you know?
Right.
Like, for instance, like I said, I could start naming prospects, boom, 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 and like, you know?
Right.
But there's no fun in all that. Like I said, I mean, there's a lot of fighters that'd be a draw.
We just had Shakur Stevenson on. He said, you know, hey, he looking for anybody. 35, 40, 47. What's up?
I mean,
you've gone on record. You've gone on record, Rolly, and say, man, this fight's boring. He boring.
No. Let me tell you like this, right? Shakur is an incredible fighter. He's a very talented fighter. It's unfortunate that, you know, that stylistically, they're not very entertaining fights, but it doesn't take the. I mean, dude's a great fighter. Like you can't say you can't say that he's not. He's a great fighter.
But stylistically, his style is not appealing to.
Well, no, it's not appealing to really anyone in boxing.
Yeah,
but for casuals, it's not appealing, and the people that pay for boxing are casuals.
That's what I tried to
No,
explain.
but
to
I'm.
Ocho.
Oh, hold on.
You know,
I'm a
Ocho.
purist. I'm not a casual, and I enjoy it because I'm understanding what I'm actually watching.
Are they more purists or casual?
I don't know. I'm
boxing
not worried
fans?
about everybody else. I'm telling you, me when I watch the sport of
Well, I
boxing.
mean, I
because-
don't really consider casuals boxing fans. I consider purist boxing fans. No, like people just watch boxing all the time.
Mhm.
But like, because
But you
casuals
think who
will,
shows up more?
casuals will list whatever the top fighter is and just watch that fight, you know. But those are the ones that pay the money.
Yeah, I'm one that watches everybody fight. So
Yeah,
I'm
okay,
I'm
well,
a little
okay.
different. Yeah, regardless of who it is. And now you can't put the carriage before the horse and talking about, Rolly fighting Shakur, and he just said we got Devin lined up in May. So we got to keep the focal point on.
Well, he can have two fights. He could have a fight in May and have another fight in
I know,
October.
but
I don't think that far ahead, bro.
See, I told you.
I
don't
got enough brain processing skills to be thinking about all that stuff. I'm a boxer. We're not that intelligent.
Well, let me ask you this: you started out at in judo. What made you switch to just boxing and not and not stick with judo?
Well, I mean, the thing is, the way I started, right? So it was like, my dad tried to make me box as a kid. My dad was a boxer. And he tried to make me box as a kid. My dad was a very, 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 very talented fighter, and
Okay. Yeah.
we had I doing judo, right? I didn't want to box as my dad would, my dad was really hard on me, right? Really, really hard on me. So last thing I want to do, right? So a judo place had opened up right where me and my mom were living at the time, right? So we went over there and then I started doing judo and I kind of stayed with it because I started at 9 and I ended at 17. Now, what had happened was, right, so we were watching the Olympics, right? I was watching for judo. And boxing came on. My dad's like, all excited watching. I'm like, bro, why are you even excited about these guys? These guys are just touching each other. They don't even hit each other. They're scared of each other. And my dad's like, I don't curse no more, but so he's like, oh, you want to do this? You're scared, right? I'm like, man, I'll whoop them. He's like, no, you're scared. So my dad took me to the gym the very next day. And I put on the gloves. I broke some dude's nose, right? Yeah, literally just wild swinging, right? And I go to the gym 2 days later. I do the same thing. I break somebody else's nose. My dad's like, "Hey, punch me as hard as you can right here." I'm like, "No." I was like, "You're gonna hit me," and he's like, "No, punch me for real." I'm like, "No, you're gonna hit me." He's like, "No, for real, punch me." I punched them both. At that moment, my dad realized, no, this dude can crack. Because my dad would make me like hit pads as a kid sometimes, all stuff. But I just barely touch it and all stuff, So it's like that's how that's and I was like, well, I want to do this last tournament in judo, right? So I ended up doing the last tournament in judo in December of 2012. After that, I ended up starting boxing.
Boxing. You mentioned earlier. I think you was talking about it today that Floyd Mayweather was an early influence on your life, early mentor, and he probably doesn't know the influence that he had on your life. What did Floyd do for you? What did he mean to you?
Well, first, he's the first person that ever took the chance on me. In reality, I signed with Floyd August 20th of 2016. He would watch me literally stop everybody in the gym, and I was like, "Floyd, champ, sign me." And he was like, "Oh, what's something on?" He gave me his number, and I called him, and the next day I was signed. But yeah, that right there, the Mayweather promotion journey as it is, But and even this, I was out of contract, and I still continue to work with Mayweather Promotions for another. My contract ended in 2019, at the end of 2019, and I stayed with Mayweather Promotions for another 4 years or so.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how much Mayweather Promotions meant to me. Regardless, though, another thing too. I was homeless. I told you my pops was hard on me, right? Yeah. My dad kicked me out the house because I broke my hand, right? And so I go couch surfing. One day I stay with a girl. One day I go stay over there at a friend's house. One day, bro, it'd be like 4 a.m. I'd be stuck in the street. I'd be sleeping in the street, was like that for about a month and a half, right? And I had about $2K at the start of it, right? And I remember my mom gambled her money. I didn't give my mom $1,000 so she pay her rent and all that stuff, right? I didn't tell my mom any of the situation I was in because I never really talked about my problems before. Right. And I started dating this girl. She said she can buy me a car and all that stuff, right? You know,
She can buy you a car?
Yeah, she said she can buy me a car.
Okay.
You know, and so I got like $40 left at this point, right? And like now I'm just like freaking out, right? And I'm like, hey, I go to her house and I'm like, yo, I need this car. I don't got no money. She's like, well, I don't got money. I'm like, okay, well, I need you to give me some money because I don't got money. She's like, no, but so me being me, I curse her out and I leave. And I go on and I go back to my dad's house, right? And my dad in the summer, right? He done keeps the door open. And he keeps the door open because hotter inside the house than outside. You don't put on AC. You know, them Cubans are a little crazy. And I go inside. My dad grabs a baseball bat. He tells me if I go inside, he's gonna beat me. And so I curse him out and I leave. And bro,
have you know, cause two people out left in the same day.
Trust me, I cursed out a lot of people. Right? I don't curse no more. I don't curse no more. But I go to Cashman Field, right, bro? And I've never in my whole life have been more angry. And I'm like, bro, I'm mad, bro. I've never been so mad in my life. And then I start to cry. And I hear, tell me what's wrong. I'm like freaking out. I'm looking around. I'm like, well, who's there? I'm like, hey, I hear him again. Tell me what's wrong. It was God speaking to me. I never was raised in a church or anything.
Okay, this dude is bonkers. If you think God is speaking to you, you have schizophrenia.
And I never prayed, none of that stuff, and it was like I heard God's audible voice. So I told him everything that had happened. I told him about my hand being broken. I told him about my dad, how he was acting. I told him about my mom gambling my money. I told him about that girl. I told him I had no car. I told him how I wanted to be champion. I told him how I hadn't talked to my sister in a year. I told him about my niece. I was going to take her to the aquarium. I promised her that she was 2 at the time. I told him about everything that I had no money. I told him about everything that happened in my life. He tells me, everything's going to be all right. Just go home. So this is now 11:45 on July 31st of 2017. I start walking home, and the first person I see is my sister, who I hadn't spoken to in a year. I hadn't seen her in months. Wow. I walk up on her. It's the middle of the night. She had taken some melatonin. She didn't even remember speaking to me. I walked up on her. And she got scared. And I was like, no, it's me. I give her a hug. I tell her I love her and I miss her. She go inside her boyfriend's house at the time. I keep walking home. I didn't even know she was dating the dude. And that's how long it's been since I talked to her. My dad still has the door open. I walk up the stairs. I felt an angel holding me. Go up the stairs. I stayed up that whole night thinking my dad was gonna with a baseball bat, And he went up about 2 a.m. I fell asleep probably about 4 a.m. I wake up, my dad already left the house. It's probably about noon now. And I'm like, well, what do I do? The only thing I know how to do is train. So I pack a gym bag. And I take with the last bit of money I had, the last 40 bucks, I took an Uber to the Subway across the street from Floyd's gym. I bought a Subway sandwich. I ate the Subway sandwich and I walked across street to the gym. I put on my headphones, right? I don't talk to nobody that day. I just go in there. I just shadowbox guys. Couldn't hit anything. I walk out. Floyd walked right past me just like this. Bop, 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 bop. Right? I walk into the dressing room. I didn't even say hi to him. And I changed my clothes. I go outside, and Rafael Garcia's old cut man's right there. And I'm like, Rafa, I think my hand's broken. He touches it, all stuff, bro. He's like, it's not broken. I'm like, well, why won't it heal, bro? It's been about 2 months now, bro. It won't heal. And he's like, take green menthol alcohol and ice and mix it and just ice it every day like that for 3 weeks and don't hit with it no matter what. I'm like, okay. I go to stand up. He grabs my shirt and pulls me back down. And I'm like, why? He's like, you'll see. Literally 30 seconds later, Floyd walks right past me into his Rolls Royce. And I look at the. He looks at the side view mirror and he's like, "Champ, come here." I'm like, "What's up, champ?" He's like, "Write down your name." He gave me his phone and he's like, "Write down your name." I write down my name. He's like, "I got you." He shakes my hand. 15 minutes later, his assistant calls me. He's like, "Rolly, where you at?" I'm like, "I'm at the gym." She's like, "Okay, stay there. I'll be there in 15 minutes." She gives me a check for $2,000. And I remember I just stood there frozen, like, what? Like frozen, just looking at the check, like, bro, like this money is from God. Cause there's no reason why that's the only money Floyd had ever given me. He spoiled, so many other fighters in the past, and they all did him dirty. But that $2,000 I looked at, right, and I'm like, there's no way. The first thing I do, right, I call my mom. I'm like, "Mom, hey, Mom, I got some money. I want to take Ariel to the aquarium, right?" So I take her to the aquarium next day. That was August 2nd now. The next day, I go to Toyota dealership. I'm like, "Man, I'm gonna be a world champion. I'm signed to Floyd, yada yada yada, all this stuff, right, dude?" They gave me a car off the lot, no interest, no down payment, no nothing. I had about $1,500 and a brand new car.
Gonna pause it real quick.
I never in my whole entire life needed money again. If for whatever reason I ran out of money, it was like it would fall out of the sky. Like, bro, like a side hustle would just come out of nowhere, or like I'd be gifted something or something. I never needed money again in my life after that. Wow. But there was no reason for me to have that money. And then on top of that, you throw everything else into that. I heard a mysterious voice the day before, and I ain't religious. I wasn't religious.
Yeah. Right.
Explain that to me.
Mm-hmm.
Every one of my problems got solved from one day to another. Everything.
So, your reputation is you're a hard puncher.
Yeah.
And I mean, looking at your resume, 17-2, 13 wins by KO. 76% of your fight, he basically don't remember a whole lot the shot that you caught him with. Like when you go into a fight, Rolly, tell me what's your thought process? You're like, okay, I see some things I can take advantage of. I'm trying to land his power. But hell, every shot you throw is damn power. You try to get him up out of you. When your dad say you're a hard puncher, when you hit him in his arm, you say you're a hard puncher. You took that to heart, and you like, okay, I'm trying to get you up out of
here. Yeah, I like punching people in the face. I mean, well, what else, man, dude? Like, bro, I joined boxing to try to hurt people. I didn't join boxing to try to love people.
Right.
Hey, when it comes to boxing, right? Obviously, when you start any sport, when you start any craft, and you put all the hard work in it, how far are you along with the goals that you set in the boxing world?
Wait, say that again.
Boxing, when we start, let's say when I started football, I had goals that I set that I wanted to achieve. You're still early in your career. How far along are you in those goals that you set so far?
Well, I already messed up my first goal. But
what was your first goal?
Well, I didn't mess it up, but I mean, things happen, But my first goal, I wanted to go to the Olympics. That's what I wanted. That was my dream. That was my dream.
Yeah.
But I already achieved all my other dreams in boxing. I mean, shoot, I'm a 3-division champion. Like, well, what else is,
Right.
Now, I mean, unify, pound for pound list, get all 4 belts, all that stuff. That's all, that's all gonna come,
Right.
But I have 19 fights and I've been champion in 3 divisions. There's only one other fighter in history that did that, and that's Lomachenko.
Loma was nice.
Tell me another fighter with 3 world titles in 3 divisions with less than 20 fights, other than me and Loma.
There isn't.
Wow. You've been in the news a lot this week, Rolly. You know why you've been
I
in the
know.
news,
I'm
too.
a little, yeah. I don't even want to talk about it, but we're gonna have to.
What is it about you that she feels that she can beat you? What is it about I mean, she's looking at it like she's like, hey, what we can fight at 165. I mean, she's 165. She said she can get down to 165. Her last fight, she was at 175. What is it about you, Rolly, that gives her the confidence that she can beat you?
I mean, she's a competitor. I mean, she has to be confident. I mean, I never heard of anyone saying, I'm going to fight this person and lose.
Right.
So, I mean.
Well, women don't normally say, you know what, I'm going to fight a woman fighter. Doesn't normally say, you know what, I'm going to fight a male champion fighter and I'm going to beat him. In judo, in karate, in MMA, it doesn't matter. Tennis player, basketball player. We don't see women. We don't see someone of the opposite sex call out someone in said profession that they're in and say, "Yeah, I can beat him."
Serena Williams did, and she lost to the ranked 200 dude.
Yes, and he beat her sister too. One beat 1-6, 1-6-2, the other 6-2, if I'm not mistaken. But she was like, you know what? I can't beat. Listen, I'm gonna be honest. I can't beat a male. I just can't.
Okay, well, I'll say it like this, right? If she believes she can beat me, then she'll beat me.
Would you fight?
I don't hit women.
They got 20 million. They got a $20 million purse. 20 million. You ain't gonna be driving no Corolla. You ain't gonna be driving no Corolla.
I mean, I don't drive any of those anymore anyway.
Well, see, I know 20 million will go a long way, Roland. I don't know about you, but 20 million, that seems like a lot of cheddar.
Oh man, I don't hit women. I just don't hit women. It's not even about the money. 20 million, 30 million, 100 million, bro. I wouldn't sell myself to go hit a woman.
I mean, that'll be a sanctioned fight, though, Rolly. You in the square. Theoretically, you don't like.
I'm telling.
She signed up for this, Rolly.
I know women sign up all the time and do stupid things, right, and all this stuff. I'm telling you, it's not in my moral compass to go hit a woman.
Yeah. Okay.
But if she believes she can beat, she can beat me, she will beat me.
Well.
All right.
Okay. So Rolly and Devin, we're looking at something around May. So we're looking at something in probably around 8 weeks from now.
Yeah, I can't fight Devin now either. He's a woman.
You know he's watching this, right?
Who cares?
Hey, Rolly, you in camp already?
No, I've just been chilling. I mean, I'll go. I mean, the thing is, I'll go hit the bag and stuff like that. But like, there's training and then there's training. Right. You understand what I mean? There's no.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. There's okay. I don't want to be at home bored because what am I gonna go do? I can only eat so many hot Cheetos and play video games.
Right.
Hold on, Rolly. If you talk about fighting Devin in May, I mean, shouldn't you be like hunkering down?
I mean, shoot, I was eating some chest mix right now.
Well,
it doesn't seem like you checking Devin.
Hey, when it comes to a fight camp, what you need 2 or 3 months. Normally, when you have
2 days, 2 days.
Yeah, because he a gym rat though. He always in the gym.
Nah, 2 days. Honest, 2 days.
You need 2 days for Devin.
2 days.
Oh, look. Ocho, go ahead, man.
He say he need 2 days. Hey, bring me in camp them 2 days. I'll be your sparring partner.
You got a jab on you?
Yeah, I probably got the best jab in the business, like Larry Holmes.
Get over here.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
Well, we hope this fight happens. We hope the Devin Haney fight happens in May. Look forward to you getting to the ring because you was very, very impressive in your last performance. You pitched the shutout. You did an unbelievable job on Ryan Garcia. I don't think anybody expected that. You did. but I don't think anybody outside of that expected that, and you did a number on him. So congratulations on that fight. And Ocho and I, Nightcap family, we're looking forward to you to get into the square with Devin, see what's really possible.
No, of course, I mean, like I said, if it does happen, it'll be May 30th. We're just waiting on some paperwork on their end.
Okay.
I like it.
There it is. He's a welterweight champ. He's a super lightweight champ and the interim lightweight champ. He defeated Ryan Garcia by unanimous decision last year. Rolly Romero potentially has an upcoming fight May 30th against Devin Haney. Make sure you stay tuned, check it out. Rolly, if the fight happens, come back to Nightcap and tell us what we can expect, the fireworks that's going to happen, because I'm assuming it's going to be at the MGM. Let us know what's cracking.
Of course.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for joining us.
All right, catch you guys.
All right, Rolly.
Appreciate you, bro. Rolly Romero.
Hey, that was dope. Hey,
this might have been the most jam-packed boxing.
Hey, that was an enjoyable story. I mean, that was an enjoyable story. It was a little long-winded, but still, it was exciting.
Yeah.
It had some exciting parts that kept me coming back. Like, oh, well, damn.
For all the examples we've seen, him suing Showtime for $300 million, him foreclosing on multiple properties, him losing on investments on multiple properties, him buying a lot of depreciating assets, and him all of a sudden looking to box very much in the year 2026. Floyd losing money Mayweather, as the chatter says, is in dire straits financially. Now, again, is he got more money than me? Yeah, but he also spends a lot more money than me, which is why I thought him coming back to fight Manny Pacquiao, I mean, it made dollars, so sure, it makes sense. But for him to put his pro record on the line means this is really bad for Floyd. Well, turns out it could be as bad as we thought, or potentially worse, or in some form of getting this fight together, misspoke to one of these guys, or Floyd Mayweather is trying to Netflix.
Obviously, signing multiple deals and getting in advance and having them pay you ahead of the fight. I mean, is that normal? Does that happen?
I mean, you.
Nah.
Ocho. I've known players that they burn through their money. They take out an advance on next year's salary.
Nah.
Yes, you at this age, you gonna put that undefeated record on the line? That's his whole thing, Ocho. The whole thing is undefeated.
Yeah.
The whole time. That's why he said it. No. Man said, no. I want to be the one to put that one on there. I want to put that blemish on that record. No. This ain't no exhibition.
Exhibition.
Mayweather's dirty treatment of the Pacquiao rematch is now laid bare, and the boxing world is ready to riot. Manny Pacquiao just unloaded on Mayweather, accusing him of pocketing an advance purse for a real fight. Now he demands no more excuses or the exhibition is dead.
He signed what I signed. He signed a real fight, and I signed a real fight. He got his advance, so there's no reason to make excuses of that. So that's true. Well, we all look forward to that fight. I mean, he signed a real fight, and he got his advance. So then now makes excuses. No.
Mayweather's claims directly contradict Netflix's February 23rd announcement, which billed a professional rematch with his 50-0 record at stake for over 325 million subscribers, a fight the Sphere and both boxers' own promotions officially co-signed.
Everybody don't get it.
Ocho, you got to, and I understand, Chat, I understand about taxes. Uncle Sam, the only mofo that don't work and get half your money.
Hello.
He don't do ish. But got his hand stuck out. And I get it. I hate paying that quarterly payment. I hate it. But you ain't come to get my stuff.
Hey, let me tell you. Listen, it's a select few, Unc. You hear me, Uncle Joe? It's a select few that sit high and look low. When it comes to them taxes, they make their own
rules.
Mayweather is protecting his undefeated record by not fighting, and that stands for his scarred ego, terrified of a real pro rematch with Manny, and now his lifestyle is being slammed for being the real danger behind his legacy.
When you look at the way he lives life, you look at the way he does things, the entourage, the women, the jewelry, the bags, it's almost impossible. And you would understand that, Joe, you would also understand it. It's impossible to maintain a lifestyle like that when you're not still fighting.
Unless you got $200, $300 million coming in.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
because you got money going out and ain't got.
Well, you don't have enough coming in to maintain it.
I don't care how much you make, Ocho. How much did you keep?
Right. There you go.
It ain't how much you make; it's how much you keep. So imagine you make $1 billion. So in other words, he lives in Vegas. If he made $1 billion, he made 630 million. Now that's what he made. What is his lifestyle? When you got 2 jets, you got people, you know, and they say that he had people to wash his cars.
Oscar De La Hoya is calling out Mayweather for breaking contracts and lying, saying fear of losing his 50-0 record is the real reason there's no rematch. He even says Floyd's own father knew Oscar won the first fight. Time to prove you've got courage.
All the news on Mayweather, Pacquiao, potentially falling apart. I mean, I have to say this, Mayweather, come on, dude. Fight a real fight. You're still trying to protect your O. Yes, you're 50-0 on paper, but people know you've lost. Your own father said you lost against me back when we fought. And what's crazy is that people don't know that we had a rematch clause for 1 year. And what do? Your ass retires for 1 year and 1 day. Bro, ever since I got beat up by Manny Pacquiao in my last fight, I've wanted to fight every single day, but I couldn't because I wasn't right.
Oscar De La Hoya is laughing at Mayweather for ducking a real Pacquiao fight, pointing to their own rematch clause. He says Floyd retired just to save his 50-0 record. Now Oscar wants a rematch, or even Jake Paul, while calling Floyd scared of Manny.
Physically, emotionally, I just wasn't right. All that depression, all that I had within my spirit. But now these last 5 years, I've put in the work, man. Woo! I did a lot of work and I feel happy. I feel at peace. And you know what? A man at peace is a dangerous man. I can take on King Kong if I want and beat his ass. And I'll even fight Jake Paul. Let's go!
Things are getting uglier. Manny Pacquiao says Floyd took his advance money, so no more excuses. Boxing experts are calling this one of the most unprofessional rematch buildups ever. Wade Plemons thinks something shady is going on behind the scenes and says Floyd might be trying to Netflix by creating this whole mess.
Given contracts that didn't say the same thing, that would be one of the most unprofessional things you could do, not trying to point to Netflix or whoever else put this together, but something is off. Something's completely off because you got one person saying, this is a real fight. You got the promotion saying, this is a real fight. You got Floyd Mayweather saying, no, this is an exhibition. There's two things that are happening here. Either somebody messed up in paperwork or in communication or in some form of getting this fight together, misspoke to one of these guys, or Floyd Mayweather is trying to Netflix. That is the only two things that can be possible here. Because we then get the report as of yesterday that Floyd Mayweather has already taken a cash advance payment of his purse.
Wade has solid sources backing him up. ESPN reports the rematch is now in serious trouble, with Mayweather already getting paid up front, and that's got boxing experts raising their eyebrows. Wade says sure, an upfront fee happens sometimes, but paying Floyd like this is just weird. He thinks it's either scripted or Floyd is trying to rip off Netflix while cashing out.
It currently being in jeopardy. I don't even know how that's possible. Who gave him a cash advance before they even got to the fight? I understand like paying some up front to secure the fight, but paying everything? Maybe it's not what it is. Maybe the cash advance is like partially, but still, what? So if this is to be believed, and this is via ESPN, this is not, random Twitter person reporting this. I think Mike Coppinger also reported the same thing. If this is to be believed, Floyd took a cash advance and then undermined the promotion of his own fight to try to protect his 50-0 record and still make a bag.
This isn't the first time Mayweather has tried to his way out of a situation. Weed remembers watching it happen live. Floyd once showed up to a venue and still refused to fight unless they paid him an insane amount of money.
Done this for years. He has done this for years, especially after his pro career. When he was doing these exhibitions, he would not show up to things he was obligated to do, take advances. Even the Deji fight, you can ask Deji. I was there. Floyd demanded that they pay him some insane amount of money or he wasn't going to fight Deji while he was at the venue. And they wanted to change gloves and do all this stuff. And I think they actually did it. They paid Floyd to do it. And I've seen this with a bunch of his exhibitions. And obviously we know about the Logan Paul situation, how Floyd shopped his fight to a different company after essentially royalty, like Prince, whoever in Dubai, and stole his money. This is insane.
The boxing world is on fire as Max Kellerman and Mike Coppinger weigh in. They think Mayweather is looking for a clean way out, dodging responsibility to protect his image. Specialists warn this move hurts his legacy. With a broken contract and Netflix watching closely, there could be real consequences.
That it's a real fight that'll count on their records, and it's going to be at the Sphere. So I'm not sure what Floyd is talking about. I don't know if Floyd got bad advice, but he's contracted, so it would be a breach if not.
I think what puts a damper on Mayweather-Pacquiao 2 was Mayweather-Pacquiao 1. The big letdown of a fight.
That's another damper.
But yeah, this is like, all you have to ask yourself, Gabe, to me about when a fight is made is, are you going to watch it live or not? When it's on, are you going to watch it, yes or no?
I'm definitely watching.
Yeah, me too. So like everyone can shut up, right? Because we're all going to watch.
But I would not watch it if it's an exhibition, not necessarily live.
Yeah, you would. You still watch it.
I don't really watch all the exhibitions
Yeah,
live.
but whatever they call it, you're going to watch it. But you're right, though, as an official fight, because it brings in the intrigue of...
Max Kellerman says the real reason Mayweather is ducking a professional fight is simple: fear. He wants to protect that perfect record. Other legends came back and lost. Kellerman points out Pacquiao just went the distance with a younger Barrios. Mayweather, past his prime, is cooking up this whole mess just to avoid a single blemish.
We just saw Manny draw against a world-class fighter, whatever you want to say about Barrios.
Barrios is...
And Mayweather is right at that age, almost 50, where guys fall off a cliff.
Yep.
And he has the undefeated record to protect.
And
right?
it's Mayweather's identity, right? That's its whole identity.
That's why Mayweather doesn't want it to be a pro fight, because you want to just safeguard that record.
50-0 is a big thing. And if you lose that, it's like, okay, Floyd, you know, so... But I would make an expedition because who's not going to watch it?
It's not up to him. He already signed a contract. It's a real fight.
That's what I don't get. How you sign a contract that you saying it's
about
not?
Retiring undefeated. It's interesting. You can retire. A lot of guys have passed Rocky Marciano 49-0, but then they kept fighting and they lost.
Chavez.
Right? Yeah, Chavez has won. There have been others. By the way, Rocky Marciano was training for a comeback when Floyd Patterson was champion. And I have no way, because he'd have beaten Floyd Patterson.
The rematch is barely hanging on. Gabe Rosado thinks someone advised Mayweather to stay away from a professional fight, but with money problems piling up, he took the deal anyway. Reports say Floyd grabbed his purse up front and now looking for a way out to save his undefeated record.
Being that it's an official pro fight,
I do get it.
Floyd was probably not advised.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, look, obviously Floyd, covets his record and certainly doesn't want to lose it, losing a fight when he's, way past his prime and not even active. But he needs the money, clearly. We've seen what's in the news and,